Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Today is May 20th, 2026. We are here for a town board meeting, and if we could all stand for the pledge, and one of our Boy Scouts, Michael, is going to lead us in the pledge tonight.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Amen.
Michael?
Councilman Rothwell, do we have someone for the invocation tonight?
We do. Tonight we have Kathleen Berezny once again joining us. She is the chaplain of the Ladies Auxiliary for the Riverhead Fire Department, so thank you so much for coming.
Thank you again for the invitation. Spring has finally sprung. Look around and enjoy God's gift, the daffodils, the tulips, the cherry trees, the forsythia bushes, all in bloom. Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we are here this evening with grateful hearts, seeking your wisdom and guidance in the thoughts and decisions that come across to this board. Unity and progress is a goal to make our community a place for the residents and all our families. We ask you to bless our supervisor and our town council members who serve our Riverhead town residents with integrity and humility in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Kathleen, and thank you for volunteering with the fire department.
So at this time, we have our announcements, and we'd like to start by a special announcement of acknowledging the Scouts of the Wading River Troop 94 who are working to complete their Citizenship and Community Merit Badge. So we actually have, from our office, the Citizen of Community Merit Badge to Michael Hayes. And as we announce your name, if you guys would like to just stand up where you are, and then we'll have you come forward and we'll present these to you. Leonardo and Michael Lovett, Liam Fisher, Andrew Prunty, Alan Lopez, Shane Madden, Mason, and Easton, and Jackson. So if you guys would all come forward, we would love to present these to you. No, you're Michael. Here, we'll give these. No. Here's Andrew. And Michael Hayes. That's Michael Hayes right there. Liam Fisher. There you go, Liam. Michael Levitt.
Okay. Thank you.
You guys can stay right up here. We're going to take a picture with you.
Leonardo?
Shane?
Sorry.
What's
What
your
he-
name? Shane? Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Mason?
Wait, stay up here.
All right. Where's Alan at?
Jackson.
Okay?
Gentlemen, you guys are absolutely, we are thankful to have you in our community, and the Wading River is lucky to have you. And so thank you for being here tonight and making sure that we honor the tradition. It's long, that it is absolutely faith and family in America. So God bless America. God bless Wading River for having these children. And is Easton here? Oh, there you are, Easton. There's yours. I didn't want you to miss it. So if you guys want to turn around, our councilman and our town clerk come over and take a picture with us.
I'm standing.
Oh, you are? All right.
Okay.
Very proud of each and every one of you.
Very easy how many people were Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts during their youth.
Yeah, that's true.
We're gonna take turns. You get the cooperation badge. What happened here? Okay, sorry.
Camera's not cooperating.
Okay. Okay.
How about another big round of applause?
Congratulations, guys. Good job.
I will say to give a special acknowledgement to the Scoutmaster, Assistant Scoutmaster, the parents. I had the pleasure of being Assistant Scoutmaster for Troop 94 for a number of years, and the time and energy that's put in for the programming and to take care of every Tuesday night meeting and prepping out for all the camping outings and spending time at Yagu. The work that you guys do is phenomenal. So special thanks also to the parents and the Scout leaders. So thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you guys, each and every one of you.
See you at the parade, guys.
Yep. See you there.
But I think you all have to stay for an hour in order to get the merit badge, if I believe is correct. And the clock is ticking.
Hey.
Hi.
Hey, Joanne? Councilwoman?
I apologize for being late, everyone. I just was in a BIDMA meeting, and there was great stuff going on, and we have some exciting things coming down the road, and I didn't want to leave the meeting, so I apologize.
It's exciting. Thank you so much for sharing that. Does anyone else have any announcements tonight?
Yes, Supervisor, I do. I have a few. May 30th, Saturday, is CAP Medication Take Back Day. That's right at the same place that the STOP program is going to be, in the Highway Department yard. And the CAP program is about bringing back unused, unwanted, or expired medication, bringing it down to the highway yard, and CAP will take that off your hands. I just was so proud. I met with Chelsea the other day, and we were discussing their goal. They're looking to get 300 pounds of unwanted medications. And if that sounds like a lot, I want you to know that they're almost at their goal of 15,000 pounds in the last 10 years. That's a lot of medication. They do a great job. This keeps the medications out of the hands of people that should not have them, or teens or children, and also keeps them out of our waterways so they're not flushed down the toilet and get into the water systems. So that's a big day coming up. Stop, May 30th, at the CAP Medication Take Back. Also, I'd like to mention that the CAP March, just so everybody, if you don't know, CAP is the Community Awareness Program. It's about teaching children in the school district how to stay away from drugs and lead healthy, safe lives, drugs and alcohol and other bad things. So the CAP March is going to be on June 5th. And if you have not attended, I would really highly recommend it to everybody in the community. Come on out and march with the kids. It is amazing. They all have their shirts, drug-free, and it's a great day. It's a great community day, and I really recommend everybody come on out and support the youth in our town in this. And Supervisor, I have one more announcement in that
Great.
regard. Okay, and that is that on June 16th, our town board is going to be honoring 16 seniors that have been participating in CAP throughout their school years. And I think it's a great way to celebrate our youth in our community that are giving back to their community. And we just want to know if anybody else wants to come on down and help us celebrate what they do for our community, the children that are now seniors that have been in the CAP program all these years. I think... Oh, and one last thing, I'm sorry, I'm just full of them tonight. And lastly, the town is participating. We have a program where you can purchase online on our website composters and rain barrels. And if you do that now, you'll be able to collect it. You purchase it online, and you would get it at the Youngs Avenue facility on June 13th. From 9 to 3 p.m. And that's fantastic because that helps keep our sanitation costs down by people not throwing away all their trash and learning how to compost. We had a work session a couple of weeks ago where we spoke about how you compost and keep these different items in your backyard to help fertilize your lawns, your gardens. So I'd recommend everybody, if you haven't gone and purchased a composter or a rain barrel yet, you can still do so. And June 13th, you'll pick them up from 9 to 3 p.m. at the Youngs Avenue yard. Okay, that's it. I'm finally done.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Anyone else have anything right now?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
So on behalf of the Veterans Advisory Committee, so in conjunction with the VFW and the American Legion, as we know, we're coming up on Memorial Day weekend, and so we will have a Memorial Day parade here in the town of Riverhead. And I do also want to thank that this past weekend, we did plant an additional 8 veterans trees in honor or memory of veterans that served here. And so they have been planted and put in place at Veterans Memorial Park. So come by and stop. And we've been so successful, we moved some of the trees over to just outside the dog park in the pickleball courts. And it's a beautiful setting. And so I thank so many people that have bared the cost and have purchased a tree to honor their loved one or veteran. And so come and join us there, and all of the banners are now up, and I thank my fellow council women for helping us and also getting the banners up in the Rotary. All the banners are now up on Main Street and out in Jamesport. So it's very exciting. So we have good things, but I just ask everybody this Memorial Day weekend to just pause and remember Memorial Day is for those that made the ultimate sacrifice. And so that when we're having barbecues and a day off from work, that I ask each of you to just take a few minutes to pause and reflect on what Memorial Day is truly about, honoring those that made the ultimate sacrifice. And just take some time out over Memorial Day weekend. And please join us for our parade festivities as we celebrate those that gave their lives for us, and we honor them in the best way possible. So thank you.
And that parade starts at Court Street, 9 a.m. Monday, and also Monday at Calverton National at 12 o'clock. There will be the formal service that they do every year to honor all of those that have given the ultimate sacrifice and those that have served. And don't forget, the 4th before the 4th will be here. June will be here, the warm weather today we had. So make sure you check that out as we celebrate America's 250th birthday together. We are super, super excited about all of the things to celebrate our great nation. So with that said, and we don't have any other announcements, we'll move into our first public hearing tonight. It is right now at 6:14. Our first public hearing was scheduled for 6 p.m., which is 111 East Main Street, referring to our eminent domain, and I believe we have a counselor here to lead us through that.
Good evening, Mr. Supervisor, members of the board, and the public. My name is Frank Eisler. I'm a partner in the firm of Smith, Finkelstein, Lumberg, Eisler, and Yakubowski up here on Griffin Avenue and Lincoln Street. We're here tonight to hold a public hearing pursuant to the eminent domain law regarding the acquisition by the town through eminent domain of property located at 111 East Main Street. The reputed owner of the property is A Place of Learning, Inc. The purpose of this hearing is to discuss the purpose of the acquisition, the public purpose for it, and we're going to hear first from Dawn Thomas, who is our Community Development Director. She's going to explain to the board and to the public purpose of the acquisition. And after her address, we have another person who will address another issue, but we'll first turn it over to Dawn, if that's okay.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. The town of Riverhead has been actively attempting to revitalize downtown for over 30 years. This process began in earnest in 1993 when the town board designated East Main Street pursuant to Article 15 of the New York State General Municipal Law as an urban renewal area, a designation that provides a host of revitalization tools intended to facilitate the removal of blighted and underutilized buildings and to facilitate development and reinvestment. These tools include ways to address blight and deterioration, promoting clearance, replanning, reconstruction, and redevelopment, and to foster public-private partnerships in bringing projects in development that will improve these areas. The plan gave the town the power to plan, undertake, and manage urban renewal projects, and to use these powers for public use essential for public interest for which public funds may be expended. Since 1993, there have been more than 20 formal revitalization plans intended to ignite economic vitality in our downtown. Each of these plans had its own purpose, but many reached the same conclusions about the elements and concepts needed to make our downtown a thriving place in the community. These plans include the 1993 Urban Renewal Plan, its 2008 update, the 2016 Brownfield Opportunity Area Study, with its creative placemaking supplement, to name a few. All were intended to make our East Main Street area vibrant, the vibrant, activated local business district we all know it can be. All of these studies were completed with public engagement, including many public meetings, surveys, polls, websites, workshops, where members of the public were able to express their visions of the downtown that they wanted to see. Time and time again, the idea of connecting Main Street to the river and preventing flooding were identified as top priorities. The public continually and consistently expressed desire to create an activated public space with open views of the river where they could visit a playground, attend an event, exercise, walk a dog, shop, spend time with friends, dine outdoors, and generally just enjoy our historic downtown the way we all know it can be. In other words, the downtown should be a place for everyone, the ultimate public purpose. In 2018, the town finally got a real foothold into implementing this long-expressed desire to open up Main Street to the riverfront through the creation of a new public space, a town square connecting Main Street to Heidelberg Way with a grant from New York State for $800,000. Since that time, the town has invested literally thousands of hours advancing the town square project, acquiring properties, removing blighted, vacant, and underutilized buildings, creating a temporary public space, engaging in public-private partnerships, designing the details of all of its components, and obtaining more than $40 million in funding for the various projects to the point where we should be, within just a few weeks, issuing building permits for its construction. The Town Square project is, at its very essence, a public purpose. Consistent with the Urban Renewal Plan in 1993, it will remove blight, vacancy, and deterioration from the heart of our downtown and provide new public spaces for residents and visitors and economic development that will revitalize and support the long-term economic and physical health of the Riverhead community through public-private partnership. The town square is intended to become a focal point of public activation in downtown. Its components include an adaptive playground, a splash pad, and public event space for large and small events of all kinds, a veterans memorial space, a water feature, places to dine outdoors, hold an exercise class, art show, musical performances, and provide a gathering space for special or holiday events. It's a place we could all be proud of and enjoy. The Town Square project has benefited from financial support and government partnership through New York State Downtown Revitalization Initiative, New York State Empire State Development, New York State Historic Preservation Office, and Suffolk County, and has received the assistance of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, particularly for flood mitigation, analysis, and plans. The Long Island Regional Economic Development Council found it to be a project of regional significance in 2021. The project also involves a public-private partnership that will activate the east side of the town square with a new $30 million Hilton Tapestry Hotel, whose first floor will provide retail space, food and beverage offerings adjacent to the town square's public space, while providing needed hotel rooms for all of the East End. The activation plan, created in 2022 by Phil Myrick, the former CEO of the Project for Public Spaces, who was engaged by the town, emphasized that in order to be successful, all surrounding ground floor uses in the town square should reinforce the theme of family entertainment, local unique retail, and arts and culture. All of the town square renderings and public engagement sessions envision both sides of the town square providing this essential activation and generating foot traffic throughout downtown. In 2021, the town of Riverhead purchased and ultimately removed 3 vacant, underutilized, and/or derelict buildings, 117, 121, and 127 East Main Street, to begin building the town square project. These properties are now the temporary grassy area directly across from the Suffolk and the location for the private hotel developments that's to come. The entire length of the former Sweezy's department store at 111 East Main Street, which sits along the west side of the town square, has been vacant, deteriorated, substandard, and blighted for well over 20 years. Nothing has been done to improve its appearance, odor, or rotting facade. That property was purchased by its current owner approximately 7 years ago. In 2020, the owner proposed a large redevelopment of the property, including a second-floor planetarium. The plan also included a first-floor 2,400 square foot restaurant, makerspace gallery of 400 square foot, a gift shop of 800 square foot, and its main entrance, all facing the town square. This project proposed the investment of $13.5 million, and the owner represented that the project was intended to, consistent with the town's downtown activation plan, quote, open up the solid wall facing east and commercial space within the existing footprint while activating and enhancing the new town square. Over the last 7 years, the town's projects have moved ahead and are now ready to begin. As I mentioned earlier, it took thousands of hours of time to get to this point. The town hired consultants, including landscape architects, environmental consultants, flood mitigation engineers, surveyors, architects, engineers, and economic consultants to help conceptualize and finalize designs and ultimately create construction drawings for these projects. The town also developed a partnership with a private developer for the creation of a hotel, a $30 million private investment into the project, which was recommended in the market study that the town commissioned in 2022 as part of the reactivation plan and is supported by urban renewal law. Plans for drainage, sewer, water, electric, landscaping, play equipment, hotel interface, fire access, cameras, lighting, internet access, accessibility, flood mitigation, and water features all progressed to completion and are now in the process of being permitted for construction, as I mentioned earlier. Around this time last year, it became clear that after 6 years of the original 24,000 square foot project proposed by the owner of 111 East Main Street was not moving forward. As a result, and due to the owner's failure to move forward with a development that would provide the revitalization and activation needed on the town square, in April of 2025, the town board began eminent domain proceedings to acquire the building for public use. On April 10th, at a town board work session, the representatives of the property owner appeared before the town board requesting that the proceeding be suspended and that the entity be permitted to advance a substantially smaller version of the project, about half of what was originally planned, and represented that the project would be completed as originally planned, but in phases, albeit without a specific time frame. The representatives gave repeated assurances that the planned first phase would be completed with the east side prepared for the necessary openings and eventual entrance onto the town square, and that the structure would be modified so that it was prepared for an eventual second story to support the planned planetarium. The representatives promised an August 2025 grand opening for the first phase. The town board agreed and provided the owner the time requested. However, for the following entire year, the building remained vacant and blighted. In April of 2026, the town board, seeking an update, requested the group to explain its lack of progress. Instead of providing an update, the representatives advanced an even smaller plan for the project, now 80% smaller than the original plan, leaving the entire east side of the building as a blank wall and renovating only the front half of the first floor and the front of the building. No time frame was provided for any future phases, or the plan to activate the town square as promised. What came to light at that meeting and through further research was that the entity was experiencing financial difficulties and could not promise that the funding was available to complete the 20% reduced size project. It was also learned that the owners had a $1.1 million mortgage and a mechanics lien of $13.5 thousand. Representatives described the entity at that time as a vulnerable not-for-profit. The plans are no longer in line with the need for activation on the town square. The property is an essential component and is key to the long-term success of the overall town square project as expressed in the many plans and by the members of the public that participated in those plans for over the last 7 years. The vacant, blighted, and deteriorated building at 111 East Main Street remains in the same dilapidated condition that it was in 2019 in the heart of our downtown. The owner recently sought to move forward with a much smaller plan, the minor interior fit out and a facade improvement. But again, the time frame for the long-term activation plan was not specified or identified. Long-standing planning principles require successful public spaces to be activated. Allowing a brick wall to exist on the entire west side of the town square will prevent the activation necessary for the success of this major public project. Moreover, the existence of this long blighted, vacant, dilapidated eyesore to remain in the center of our Main Street business district does more than prevent the activation we need. It actually repels people. The town square is a creative placemaking project with a strong public purpose. It is intended to attract people to it for activities, offerings, events, performances, markets, relaxation, and as a connection to the Peconic River that hasn't ever existed. As our consultant Phil Myrick expressed, both sides of the town square need to be activated in this way to fulfill the public purpose of the town square project. A blank brick wall running along the entire west side will make it difficult for the town square project to be successful. The opportunity for a successful town square project hinges on activation, and the current owner's plans provides none. The town is on the precipice of meaningful revitalization after waiting for over 30 years. While the redevelopment concept proposed by the owner of 111 East Main Street provided in 2020 with the planned 24,000 square foot and $13.5 million investment might have fulfilled the activation necessary for the town square to fulfill its public purpose, the current plan actually hinders it. Ensuring that the millions of dollars in public investment in this public project is protected and due to its critical location in the center of downtown and directly on the town square requires that the town manage the future of its development. Accordingly, the Community Development Department is recommending the acquisition of the building to ensure that what is constructed in that location maximizes the public purpose that the town square is being created to provide. That concludes my comments.
Thank you, Dawn. Just for the record for the public as well, on the podium here, there is an outline of the public hearing for you to look at or take with you when you leave, and there's also a copy of the survey of the property that is to be acquired if the board decides to go forward with the acquisition. The other, in addition to that, it's in the notices and in the public notices that have been published in this case, the town board has acted as lead agency under the State Environmental Quality Review Act and has performed a complete review of it and determined that this project, the acquisition here, would not have a significant adverse environment on the impacts, environmental impacts, and therefore a negative declaration has been issued. We do have here Mr. Seaman, who's our environmental consultant, I think. Oh, there it is. Who's just going to talk very, very briefly about one little piece of the environmental package that's involved in the acquisition, particularly of this property. And then I'll just come back for a minute, and then we'll open it up to the public.
Thank you, Mr. Eisler, and Dawn, thank you for your presentation. Supervisor, members of the town board, for the record, my name is Jeffrey Seaman. I'm the environmental consultant who was in charge of conducting the secret review for all of the downtown revitalization projects. A brief history takes us back to November of 2024 when the town board initiated the project, describing it as a Type 1 action under Chapter 225 of the Town Code, subsection 10, which is quoted as actions involving commercial or multifamily use within a town of Riverhead historic district or located within 500 feet of the district boundary are by de facto Type 1 actions. That brought us to complete a coordinated review, a Part 1, 2, and 3 full environmental assessment form that was supplemented with narratives and a great deal of information that was available at that time to determine what the potential impacts might be and what the proposed mitigation would be. Additionally, the town elected to segment review, which is a little unusual under SEQR, but it is permitted under Section 617, Part 2 in the general rules, providing you segment that review for a justifiable reason. In the case of the downtown projects, they were all at different stages of funding, development, design, and so it was decided it would best to review these collectively and then individually at the time of site plan. and allow the lead agency, the town board, to take another look at exactly what the impacts would be of each project and how they would interrelate among all the projects themselves. So in March of 2025, the town issued its finding statement, which resulted in a negative declaration. With respect to 111 East Main Street, it was originally planned as an acquisition under eminent domain. And so I'll read that section relevant to the acquisition and its involvement with Cear. The town's intent is to acquire the site whereby the town can proceed with the downtown revitalization and flood mitigation efforts. The revitalization is compliant with urban renewal needs and is consistent with New York State coastal policies. The implementation of the proposed action will improve the quality of life in a proposed environmental justice area. Therefore, there are strong social, safety, and economic benefits achieved by proceeding with the proposed action. There is also the practical importance of flood mitigation necessary to protect public and private property and provide coastal resiliency of the downtown to address significant adverse impacts generated by major storm events, sea level rise, the shallow depth of groundwater, all which contribute to localized flooding. So, in summary, you've covered this earlier in the Cear review, and if you have any questions about where we stand or where we go forward from here, be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just very briefly, what you've heard from your community development person as well as our environmental expert, the town board has the authority and power to acquire this property for the public purpose of making sure that it is incorporated into this master development of this open space and wonderful public area that's planned and being developed. This is clearly a public purpose for the eminent domain acquisition, and would be something that would be within your authority to decide to do should you decide to do it. Just for the record, the notice of this hearing, both in the newspaper and on the owners, have been filed with the clerk, so they're part of the record of this hearing, and I would now sit down and let the public.
Thank you, Mr. Eisler. So again, to ladies and gentlemen in the public, we're going to open it up and online. And we just ask when you come to the microphone that you speak clearly. Please state your name and what hamlet or where you're from. So we'd like to open it up to the floor and to anyone else online if we have that available to us now. So
I would like to speak just a few minutes. Excuse me?
Our turn.
I got the day. You can speak first, sure. Go right ahead.
So again, if you'd like to come up, we ask that you be, that you say it and that you speak into the microphone, say where you're from and your name, and then you have a moment to speak. So if not, I will allow the councilman to speak.
I got the time. Not in a rush.
So I just want to clarify that the town board is conducting this hearing. So
Yes, he can speak.
The order of the agenda will be determined by the town board.
I understand.
No worries.
So, as you said.
Cindy Clifford, Heart of Riverhead Civic Association, and also speaking as a resident. First of all, I'd like to know if Ms. Thomas would submit her overview of her corrections. I mean, there are a lot of erroneous and exaggerated facts in what she said, so I think that probably the Long Island Science Center would like to respond to some of those. We always hear about owners' rights. Property owners have every right to develop as they see fit, as long as it's a fit with our zoning, or they can get variances as exceptions. Kudos to the zoning board for recognizing an ambulance facility does not fit the shopping center zoning. Yet, in spite of the many dilapidated and deserted structures downtown and throughout the town, including the old armory, the board has rarely interceded out of concern for safety or to defend against any detriment to the surrounding neighborhood or beyond. Those properties are left alone, untouched, unhampered by having to hold to any codes or standards. except when the town has some personal interest in a specific property, and in this case, against the will of the owner, wants to place ownership in someone else's hands. Also, it's my understanding that legally, just saying this is for public use is not going to cut it. You have to have a specific public use, a specific destination for the property. But anyway, I'm not a lawyer, he's a lawyer. That should not solely be up to 5 board members, or in this case 3, when there is solid opposition from the community. We understand the board is imbued with the ability to make decisions on behalf of the residents, but what about when the residents don't agree? Then the question becomes, if you're not working on our behalf, whose behalf are you working on? 4 years ago, board members wanting to grant space to Peconic Hockey League claimed Stotsky Park soccer fields were unused, but a drive to Stotsky on a weekend found the fields actively in use by dozens of teams that were paying fees to the rec department for the use. This time, we're told the Science Center had done nothing since last spring. In response, they submitted 92 pages substantiating a year's worth of working with town departments. A little investigating would have taken that argument off the table, yet we're still here making the case why the entire board should be joining Supervisor Halpin and Councilman Kern and the local residents in support of this project. At our Civic meeting Saturday, we were listing the many benefits of the Science Center returning to Main Street. I'm not going to go into what taking it would cost, either taxpayers or your reputations. For me, the biggest benefit is it will enhance our downtown revitalization. And hasn't that been the great goal all along? As an interesting and active magnet, it'll draw visitors from the aquarium, bring residents downtown, result in the long-promised foot traffic and town square ambiance that will drive customers and revenue to our local small businesses. It'll also generate ongoing positive publicity for Riverhead and offer us something no other East End town can boast. And it's not a franchise or corporate business. It's a local, community-based, not-for-profit, providing unmatchable entertaining and educational opportunities, not just for students, but for families, adults, and seniors. As a former tenant in the Science Center 11 West Main Street building, I saw firsthand how engaging their programming is. The presentations, the temporary exhibits, the permanent stations were, even for me, wildly fun. And we'd often hear the kids laughing as they were learning and playing, coming together. I cannot imagine anything other than full board support as the Long Island Science Center would return to downtown. Thank you.
Hi, Laura Jen Smith. Good evening, Supervisor and members of the Town Board. I believe this eminent domain process is premature, incomplete, and raises serious questions that the public deserves answers to before the town proceeds any further. The Science Center did not purchase this property in opposition to the town's downtown vision. It purchased it with the town's encouragement and support. The town supported grant applications describing the Science Center as a downtown activation use and community benefit tied directly to revitalization efforts. The organization relied on those representations when it invested in this property. At the same time, redevelopment planning for the building has been dependent upon elevations, infrastructure coordination, and design information connected to the larger town square project. Information that still has not been fully finalized or provided. So before this board considers condemnation, the public deserves to know why the town is now changing course. And I think there is a larger issue here that cannot be ignored. There have been increasing public discussions and speculations regarding outside commercial interests and destination-style redevelopment, concepts connected to this area of downtown. Whether those discussions are formal or informal, whether they involve developers, tourist attractions, or other private entities, the public deserves transparency. If conversations have already occurred regarding alternative private development, opportunities for this site, then those discussions are highly relevant to this hearing and should be publicly disclosed. Because eminent domain cannot simply be a tool to replace one property owner with another preferred user, especially when the current user already provides educational, cultural, and community benefits to Riverhead, and has for years. If the town's position is now that a different use would generate more tax revenue or greater private investment, then the public deserves a full accounting of this. What development discussions have occurred? Who has been involved? Whether alternative uses have been identified? and whether this process is truly about public necessity or about clearing a site for a preferred private redevelopment opportunity. These are all fair questions that you need to ask yourself before moving forward with eminent domain. As a member of the public, we ask, why is eminent domain being considered before final development plans are completed? Why has integration not been fully explored into this area with the Science Center for downtown? And why is acquisition suddenly necessary now, after years of public support for the organization that has purchased this site? At this point, the record just feels incomplete to move ahead with eminent domain. The town has not demonstrated that this property is abandoned, blighted, or without public value. In fact, the opposite appears to be true. The organization continues to provide to the community benefit while attempting to navigate a redevelopment process tied to town-controlled decision planning. Eminent domain is one of the most serious powers government possesses. It should not move forward based on speculation, shifting priorities, or redevelopment concepts that the public have not been fully seen or evaluated. So before this process continues, the community deserves complete transparency, finalized planning information, and a clear demonstration that the condemnation is truly necessary, not just preferable. Thank you.
Ms. Jen Smith, I have a question. Is it,
Order.
Ms.
Ladies
Jen
and
Smith,
gentlemen, if you could, sorry.
I just have a question. Is it your position that has not been a vacant building for the last 6 years? Is that what you just testified to?
That it has not been a vacant
Yes.
building? It's an owner-occupied
It's
building.
a vacant building, is
occupied
it?
in any way,
It's an
shape, or
owner-
form?
It's an
It's
owner.
vacant.
It's an owner-owned building.
It's an owner-owned.
It's a private entity.
My question only is, isn't that a vacant building? No one is conducting business in that building,
I believe
right?
that they've gone in and done inspections there. I believe they had asked the town for elevation so that they could move forward with their planning process. I don't think those have been provided by the town. It's my understanding that they've even engaged with the same builder as the town square, and he has not been able to provide those, the elevations, so that they can move ahead with their site plan. So I think there's a synergy to these two projects, and I think that's what the town intended originally. And I think that while one may be moving faster than the other, I think that synergy still has value to the community. And before moving forward with condemnation, that should be explored to its fullest extent. And the town square has not been, where the site plan isn't even finalized yet. So to ask another entity to be able to put forward plans prior to what the town is even doing, I think is premature. I'm not saying that, and I'm not saying that eventually this may not be where you end up. What I'm saying is I ask this board to take a pause because it is premature at this point when you don't have all of these things in place.
Ms. Jen Smith, I'll ask you again. Hasn't this been a vacant building for the last 6 years?
It's been a vacant building for
Thank you.
30 years when a different owner owned it, and the town actually went in and inspected those buildings. Then they went back and they repaired those buildings. When those buildings they were repaired, they were sold.
And isn't it that it has not conducted any
Is
business
this a
in the
trial?
last?
I'm asking.
I'm
you.
asking-
I'm not the owner of the
No.
Science Center, so I think those
I'm
questions
just-
would be best directed to somebody who's representing the Science Center so they can tell you exactly what they've done. I know they submitted a 90-page document to you. I don't have that before me if you're going to want to ask specific questions about anything, but I would refer you to that 90-page document to see what they have done over that time.
No, Ms. Jen Smith, I'm merely asking it because a moment ago you made representations about it
What was
being
the reputation? I
occupied,
meant that it wasn't.
that it was occupied. and
No,
that-
I said that the Science Center is still in this town. They still have a place over at Tanger.
Okay.
They're still conducting their educational services. They're still conducting their community outreach. They're still meeting with schools. They're still functioning as a science center that has value to this community. That's what I said. I did not say anything about what is going on in the building. As I said, please
You mean the
refer to
111?
document.
You mean the 111 building, correct? You don't know what's going on in there?
Well, you do. You have the 90 pages. Did you read it?
I'm asking you.
I'm asking you. You're asking me. I don't have the document.
I'm just
before me.
asking about a
I'm not
clarification
gonna-
of your remarks.
There.
Just
Thank you for your
the
comments.
document, okay?
So, did you want to speak?
Let me see that first. That's fine.
How long did the Boy Scouts have to.
Del Wallach,
think I
Riverhead.
Well, if you could,
They have to be here for 1 hour.
yeah, 1 hour, just so we're all aware, the Boy Scouts need to be here for an hour, and so we want to thank you for this, and this is, thank you guys again for your service, just wanted to, they asked, yeah, they're getting a badge for this, so.
Okay, good.
Wanted somebody ask, so,
Good.
sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you.
Good. Okay. Eminent domain should be off the table. Again, why? Because the last time you claimed that the building was falling apart, an independent engineer was called in and found that the building was not falling apart, contrary to your opinion. So, the town board claiming eminent domain, as the citizen spoke up the last time, the Science Center has been working with Patrice, the master developer for the town, as their contractor and the team that is working on the town square in his hotel. They did this thinking that it would bring continuity and transfer of information with the town to get their project moving. And as was just said, to even know what the elevation of the front door would be, but without any information, even that cannot happen. But there has been no communication, and so you claim, and now here we are again with you threatening eminent domain. If you really meant to take eminent domain off the table, the ethical thing to do would have been to reach out to the Science Center and ask for what the progress was. The Science Center is an important asset to Riverhead, and especially a vibrant downtown, a real place to bring families and not just tourists, as you seem to be so afraid of those people. It is an important educational hub tapped into by the schools and by parents wanting their children to learn. It is also a learning and training opportunity for adults and seniors to gain technical skills for jobs and just being able to function in a world where technology rules. So we ask you, clearly state the intended public use for 111 Main Street before advancing any eminent domain action on May 21st, so that the community can evaluate the proposal based on a transparent public plan. Wouldn't that be novel? Anyway, you want things to be for the local people and not for those people that would be coming from somewhere and invading our town. Yet, what do you think a boutique hotel is going to bring? Local people going to a boutique hotel spending $150 for lunch? I don't think so. Anyway, thank you.
So, just to correct some of the comments that are made, our consultants have been in continuous contact with the Science Center. The building has been listed for sale multiple times, and so, and in addition, flood mitigation is a major issue that no one's talking about, which is the development of the entire town square and other projects towards protecting and following the direction of the Army Corps of Engineers. And so many of you feel as though the town is like rushing to judgment, but I've been here for 5.5 years, and 5.5 years when I came in and I sat down with Larry Oxman when I first arrived here, and he had these magnificent plans of the Science Center, and I was very excited about it, and he had a great vision. But visions cost money. Buildings cost money to renovate, to build. And after 1 year, 2 year, his vision seemed to continuously change, and it seemed to be simplified and simplified as years went on. They currently have made no progress in terms of their mortgage on the property. They have liens on the property. You had a great opportunity before you that the town supported to do the Jumpstart grant. But in order to do the Jumpstart grant, they would have had to, it's a reimbursement grant. The Science Center would have had to lay out and built $1 million into the structure in order to get that $1 million back. So as much as we all sit here tonight and we all want to be positive for the Science Center is not down there. The Science Center is up at the Tango Mall. When it was in another location downtown, I loved it. I took my kids there. I wish they could be down there. But there is no financial pathway for them to be down there because you don't have the funding to go forward. And when you're offered $1 million grant and no action is taken, and we sat here a year ago and we gave them a second chance because we wanted them to succeed. But I sat here during a work session and I asked the question, how much money have you raised over the last year? And it was zero. So we've gotten nowhere. So this is not when a 92-page suddenly arrives and suddenly there's a revitalization. There's no funding, there's no financial pathway for them to move forward. I hope that should we vote on a condemnation, that we put money back in their pocket. I want to see them downtown. I think they need to make another simplified location where they could reestablish themselves with a less cost of overhead, because financially, it's not viable. There's no funding there to make this project go forward. And I think that they have to be straightforward, because when we sat here in a work session, we asked them, and their response was, we have no time for fundraising. So how do we move forward? How do you build a $14 million building with no money? As much as we all want it, as much as it is a beautiful project, without funding, it doesn't happen. It's a reality. We can't buy a house with no money. I'll yield the floor. Go ahead. Sorry, sir.
So just your name and where you're from, please. Thank you.
I am Mike Dubois. I'm with the Heart of Riverhead Civic Association and a trustee with the Riverhead Public Library. I'll be reading a letter composed by a longtime Riverhead resident, Garrett Moore. He couldn't be here tonight because he's attending the concert at the Riverhead High School. Garrett is a social studies teacher also at the Riverhead High School, and the students couldn't be here tonight either because of that. Dear Supervisor Halpin and members of the Riverhead Town Board, I will not be able to attend tonight's hearing on the Science Center, as I will be attending the spring concert at Riverhead High School. Please consider the following to express my support for the Science Center. Many of the places my parents took me to as a child included educational experiences. Now, with a child of my own, my family trips always include something to broaden my son's horizons. Mystic Seaport, the Nantucket Whaling Museum, Plymouth Plantation, Fort Sumter, and just a few of the destinations that we have traveled to on short getaways. Locally, we've enjoyed the Suffolk County Historical Society, the Cradle of Aviation, Vanderbilt Museum, and the Planetarium, and the Long Island Aquarium. The Science Center proposed for Riverhead should be on this list, not only for my family, but for thousands more just like it. The opportunity to host a world-class science center is not science fiction, but an attainable goal that can come to fruition with the support of the town board. Many of the students who attend Riverhead schools are not privileged. Their field trips to the Long Island Aquarium as children, and hopefully the Science Center, can leave a significant impact upon their lives and their future careers. The Long Island Aquarium has been an excellent employer for local youth and has provided them with experience to move on to future jobs. I envision the Science Center providing the same opportunities to our youth. My son is in the Smart Physics program at Riverhead High School, and I have several students who are members of the Science Olympiads. The Science Center has the opportunity to provide these students with career opportunities that are leaps and bounds beyond retail. All reports indicate that science, engineering, and artificial intelligence are going to be increasingly important professions in the near future. The Science Center can open doors to these professions while helping our town senior citizen population learn the basics of our rapidly changing technological world. Thank you for your time and support of the Science Center. Sincerely, Garrett Moore, Riverhead High School social studies teacher, United States Coast Guard licensed captain. And on a personal note, having worked for Brookhaven National Laboratory and my wife being a hypersonics engineer, I can tell you firsthand the importance of science and technology for the country, for New York, and for Riverhead. And we ask that you work with the Science and Technology Center to help them make this happen. Thank you.
Mr. Dubois? I'd just like to point out that the Science Center does exist over at the Tanger Outlet. It is located in Riverhead currently. There are places for children to go to advance in sciences. It's just not ever opened over there at the town square, but it does exist in Riverhead when it's open.
I'm aware of that.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
I think that there's a little bit of a disconnect. We are not against the Science Center, as Councilman Rothwell pointed out. He took his children there. I took my children there. The Science Center is a great asset. This is about the blighted building at 111 East Main Street. I've spoken with many of you with environmental concerns for other aspects throughout the town of Riverhead. And when we listen to the environmental expert talk about runoff and the flooding and all the things that are environmentally poor for this particular area. I don't hear anybody addressing that, and I don't understand why, because the environment is so important here in Riverhead. Where is that concern? It's not about the Science Center, it's about 111 East Main Street.
And I see in the back of our town board room that we have a number of business owners that are gathered here tonight. And they have asked me, for at least the 5.5 years that I've had the honor and privilege to sit up here, is when is this activation point going to take place? When will the town square be completed? When will we have our saving grace to put patrons in our restaurants, to put foot traffic on our streets, to put people into our retail stores? And a blighted, empty building does not help them in any way, shape, or form. And we've made promises to revitalize downtown Riverhead, and this is one of the most crucial locations adjacent to our town square. It is the central focal activation point. And again, the Science Center has not been able to prove any type of financial viability to move forward. And we owe it to the businesses downtown that suffer on a daily basis, waiting for that day. When will the new town square be built? When will revitalization begin? And we owe it to them, and that's why we stand before us. I hope that the Science Center will continue their activities, whether it be at Tanger or to find a simpler place downtown so they can be closer to the foot traffic that will be created by the new town square. But we owe it to those businesses who have been asking and stood before this board for many years, when will you help us survive? And that's what this project is about, and that's why we need to take certain paths to move forward, because we owe it to our downtown businesses. We promised revitalization, and that is what we intend to do.
Hi, good evening. Talkie Church and Greater Calverton Civic Association. Thank you, Ms. Waske, for bringing up the environment. We do support creating proper runoff, getting rid of blighted buildings, protecting our environment in our town. Tonight, that's not what this is about. What I'm listening to, what I'm hearing, what exactly I'm hearing tonight, and I want to reflect back to what Ms. Jen Smith brought up, is that this is an incompletion spot. This public hearing needs to have the voices that have been spoken revisited to say that you need to show us the whole picture. You've given us a very good historical look but you haven't told us what you intend to put there. It doesn't make a lot of sense to get rid of a blighted building, purchase it with town funds, get rid of it without a replacement. And if you have a replacement in mind, that needs to be brought forward before you make the full decision. Your judgment needs to include that. Without it, it's incomplete and immature. Premature and immature. Thank you.
So I'd like to just,
And after how many more years would you still sit in this room and feel that way? After how many more years do we continue to sit in this room and see a still vacant, blighted building with no actions taken before you would feel different? I've been having this conversation for 5.5 years. Yes.
One of the councilmen wanted to speak.
oh no, go ahead.
Okay.
I'll
Okay.
wait.
Go ahead, Ms.
It's okay.
Thank you, Bob. Angela DeVito, South Jamesport. Having listened to Councilman Rothwell talk about that this is a vision for survival of downtown businesses that have existed, and have held on all of these years in downtown, as well as the new envisioned ones, I'd like to know, is your next step going to be eminent domain of the former West Marine building, which is just right next door to the property that we're talking about?
Hope so.
Are you looking at every building downtown for eminent domain at this particular point, so that this vision for downtown revitalization can be complete and completed, and so that we're not sitting here 5.5 years later talking about the same stuff? Can you let us know if that's what your plan is? Thank you.
I just want to say this. I mean, I don't know how long ago it was. It must have been about 3 months ago. And this entire town board saw a presentation, great rendering of the Science Center. All of us were excited to move forward. The question that comes to us and should come to all of you,
If you want ice cream and you have no money, you're gonna get it. How you gonna get ice cream? You want a science center, there's no money, so how are we gonna get it? Hate to be that simple, but I don't know how to make it any clearer. The funding is not there. So how long do you want us to wait? 5 years, 10 years, I just, help us out here. We all supported the Science Center. The question becomes, and I appreciate the gentleman from B&L. I'm on a committee there. I love science. I wanted this more than anything. I don't have the money to give to the Science Center to make it happen. Who does? Where is it? I think there's a big gap here, and I don't know how to fill it.
So to answer your question, you spoke about West Marine Building. There is an active site plan that has been presented before the town board, and it has a mixed usage in that, and so that is there is an ongoing plan that is submitted to develop that particular building, and so we have never had any discussions about condemnation in any way. That's an active developer interested in pursuing that project there. Just, you asked the question, I'll give you the answers.
Well, this hearing is, right now, you can talk about that in open discussion. This is about
we can answer questions,
the building that's in
Supervisor.
place.
They have questions, we'll
Sure.
answer them.
So I believe we have one online.
Good evening. This is Ron Hariri. I agree with the earlier speakers that despite all the good efforts of Dawn Thomas and her team, in this case, you have failed to really articulate the public purpose for this eminent domain proposed purchase. And I would respectfully submit that eminent domain should not be used to principally benefit a private developer's personal hotel project, nor does it include benefiting tourists that may find enjoyment elsewhere on the East End. This board needs to consider what benefit eminent domain in taking this building will benefit the taxpayers of our town of Riverhead. In addition, I continue to be troubled by the potential cost to taxpayers of this particular purchase. We know that the crafted building has ended up costing the town millions and millions of dollars, not to include the time and effort of the able town employees that are involved in that project. This particular building is many times the size. It will ultimately cost many, many millions of dollars. I think before you proceed, you need to have an understanding of how all the pieces fit in, what the ultimate cost to taxpayers will be, what the timing will be. And I think you also need to seriously consider whether the Petrocelli Hotel project can even proceed. I know it's now been months and months since there's been no closing. That usually spells some trouble. But can that even proceed and be a successful project in the event that all of these additional pieces in this town square project cannot happen because of the potential cost? And I think what is also important to consider is whatever analysis, whatever projections were made years ago in terms of getting grants, those costs have probably doubled, tripled, or quadrupled in this economy right now. And when we have sky-high inflation, $5 or $6 or $7 gas, you really should not be asking the taxpayers of this town, which is the poorest and most overtaxed town on Long Island, to subsidize another project without understanding all of the different points that need to come into play to make it a successful project. Thank you for your time.
So just a correction on some of his remarks by Mr. Hariri. We purchased the building. We did not condemn it. We had a condemnation on the lease only, and that cost us $2.8 million, and it was sold for $2.8 million, therefore not costing the taxpayers any money. So just for the record, we did not spend millions of dollars on a craft project. It was an equal trade.
Good evening, Joan Cear from Jamesport. Thank you for the opportunity tonight. I want to see downtown revitalized. I want it to be a destination place for me, for residents, for my friends. I want to, say to people, let's meet up downtown. I think that'd be great. I'm an old timer here. I miss Sweezy's and Woolworths and all shopping downtown, but that ship has sailed. It's gone. We rezoned 58, and that's where the stores went. I was surprised and saddened to hear that we've been working on this revitalization project for more than 30 years, like Dawn said, and I hadn't realized it had been that long. And I applaud the small businesses who have invested their money and their life and their heart in downtown Riverhead. I give you tremendous credit because, it's a leap of faith, really, and I want you to succeed. But I guess I have a couple of questions and some concerns about this hearing and how some of the things are handled. First of all, if the town condemns this and acquires it through eminent domain, where's the funds coming from? Is that tax dollars or is that a grant that's going to pay for that?
It would have to be transferred in and be tax dollars.
It would be tax dollars. So the taxpayers of Riverhead would pay for the condemnation to acquire the land and for it to be torn down. Okay. Just I wanted to clarify that. I wasn't clear on that. The public notice for the meeting states general municipal purposes, which I found a bit vague. And I feel like it should be more specific, as other people have said. Saying town square project is a really big, hairy, audacious goal, and it doesn't have specifics. It has apartment buildings here, and hotels there, and restaurants here, and maybe some green space there, and an amphitheater over here, and a playground there. But there's been nothing specific said for what's going to happen with this parcel. And I really believe that per New York state law, you really needed to say exactly what this parcel is going to be used for. It shall outline the purpose, proposed location, or alternate locations of the public project. And so I feel like the public notice for the hearing was vague, and some of the explanation has been a bit vague. And I would urge you to table this until you can be more specific about that. The next question that I have is, will the site be left as open space, or is the intention of the town to resell it and have it developed? And again, that goes into, what is a town square project? Town square to me is an open space, but it's clearly not just an open space in Riverhead. It's hotels and it's restaurants and so forth. So, what is the intended use of this project, of this parcel? And again, that answer has not been given. So help me understand then, if you acquire the land and then you redevelop it, how does that help support the goal that Don Thomas said, that people want access to the river and river views? So if we're putting another building on it, you're cutting off the view. This is how I understand it. So maybe you can help me to understand that. The other thing I don't quite understand is, how does development, if you sell it and it's developed by somebody, which expands the impervious surface areas, how does that help flood mitigation? I always thought like green areas were better for flood mitigation, that the water could go back into the ground, but I'm no expert. So these are the kinds of things that I don't understand, because there hasn't been a specific purpose stated for this specific parcel. Eminent domain is a very powerful tool, and I urge you to share with the public the specific public benefit project component for this parcel. In my opinion, for example, developing another hotel does not provide benefit to the majority of residents. It benefits outsiders. Now, I know outsiders come to our small businesses, but if we're doing this for a public purpose, your public, the residents of Riverhead, your public are the voters of Riverhead. So show us and help me understand how using eminent domain in this instance will better serve the residents of Riverhead. Thank you.
So some of you have asked, what is our plans for it? We don't own the property now. You cannot market something in which you don't own. Only till a condemnation proceeding is completed and the town takes full ownership, it is only then that we would put out, potentially an RFP or to ask for people to consider investing in downtown Riverhead as a vitalization point.
So if you're going to market it, that means the intention of the town is to resell it and have it developed.
Well, yes, we're not going to own it ourselves.
Well, you might own it as
We've already
parkland.
proven ourselves further down when we purchased the other parcels downtown, and we were sold, and we've been a proven entity to do that.
But Ms. Cear is correct. We, as eminent domain in our law reads, we are supposed to state what our plan is with the land if we're going to build a bridge.
To build an
a road.
activation space for the town square, but I cannot market it to any particular individual. I don't have.
But your plan is then to have it redeveloped, which isn't necessarily a public benefit project.
Yes,
It's a commercial development.
As an
I'm-
activation space for
If I may,
downtown, yes.
If I may, I'd like to have Mr. Fisher, if you could address that point about what
Mr.
is
Eisler.
actually required in the law.
Mr. Eisler.
Mr. Eisler, I'm sorry. Mr. Eisler, if you could address that point as the attorney.
Oh, God, just here.
The purpose of the acquisition in this particular situation is to, one, deal with a blighted building, two, to put into the town's control how that property will be used going forward. You don't have to have a buyer lined up to do the eminent domain. You don't have to have a site plan for the site. Just acquiring it to remove it alone is a perfectly good reason for an eminent domain taking, if that's the determination of the board. The concept, as I understand it, and as Dawn Thomas, I think, reported to you, is this is one piece of a large project that is creating a unique area for downtown Riverhead. And it's multi-owned. Different players own different property here. And to assemble it and put it into town control, or town control to then sell to somebody else for development, depending on the plans, is a perfectly legitimate reason for the town to exercise eminent domain control over this property. I don't know if I've answered it completely for you, but that is certainly defensible.
And while I have you here, sir, I'd just like to follow up on one other point that's been raised. Somebody had mentioned earlier about why not acquiring other blighted properties throughout the town. Isn't it specific to this town square? That is why this particular piece is being sought through eminent domain. Could you explain that to the public?
I mean, it's very, this project, the town square project, when I say this project, as I just said, is a major project for the town. And to accomplish it, there are pieces that have to happen to put in place the overall final project here. And that there are other blighted buildings on Main Street or in the town elsewhere can be looked at by the town board as possible acquisitions at some other point or exercising eminent domain. But the focus here is the town square.
Mm-hmm.
And this is an ongoing, moving project, multifaceted, of the town. And it's stymied, in part, by this building. And the town has, the town board can make the determination that it's in the public purpose of eminent domain to acquire this building, to take control over it, so that it is dealt with as the town decides to deal with it, either by removing it, selling the property, however it decides to proceed. But the acquisition of a blighted building for this, in the middle of this project, is in and of itself a public purpose for eminent domain.
Thank you, sir.
We do have one online. Can you just give us 1 second, ma'am?
Thank you, Ron Hariri again. I think that council has put it correctly. This is just a piece in a puzzle, a very big, complex puzzle, and you owe it to the taxpayers of this town before you devote more taxpayer funds to have an understanding of where all the pieces fit. And I just want to address a comment by Mr. Rothwell. Mr. Rothwell, you are entitled to your own opinion, but you are not entitled to make up facts. So the facts are that the town spent millions to purchase the crafted building. It then used town staff to work on improving the building, getting grants, making plans. And then you concocted a fiction to claim that you were selling it to Mr. Petroselli, one of the GOP's historically biggest donors over years, for the same price you paid for it, not including the appreciation and value, not including the efforts of Dawn Thomas and her staff to increase that value, and then paying the same guy $1.5 million to maintain the town square. That's a gift. It's a gift that you've given on the taxpayer's dime to one of your biggest donors, or the town's Republicans' biggest donors. And I'm tired of the deceit and deception regarding this entire town square. You owe us a proper plan, including the costs, including the timing, and including what the ultimate result will be and how it will benefit the taxpayers, not mere speculation, and how this will fit in a big puzzle down the line. Thank you again.
Mr. Hariri, we invested $2.8 million, and the property was sold for $2.8 million. It was an even trade-off. It did not cost the taxpayers money. I don't know why you don't understand it. I don't know where you get your facts from.
So let me ask you something,
But
sir.
I have been
Let me
invested
ask you
in these
something.
projects for the past 5.5 years, and my numbers are accurate and truthful, and they are what they are. You can say what you want to say. I'm sorry you don't like it, but that's the truth.
It's absolutely not true. You're
It's
misleading.
true. Sorry you don't like it.
You're misleading the community again, sir.
Nope.
Okay? It doesn't include the $1.5 million gift to this guy to maintain the square. It doesn't include the time and effort spent by town employees to increase the value of this project. And it doesn't include the appreciation and time of any real estate project over years that you've held the property. So you're misleading the public again, and I'm sick and tired of you continuingly to be deceitful and dishonest to everyone in this community to push through this scam, which will ultimately not benefit the taxpayers, but one of Riverhead's GOP's biggest donors.
Thank you for sharing.
Ma'am.
Good evening, Supervisor and members of the board. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Angela Yanold, and I am the president of Flanders Riverside Northampton Community Association, also known as FRANCA. I am here tonight to speak in strong support of the Long Island Science Center and to express concern about the proposal to take away the land that allows them to operate in the community. FRANCA has worked closely with the Science Center through Environmental Justice Project, a partnership involving a Science Center, the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation, and the United States Environmental Protection Agency. We also help support efforts that contributed to funding for this important program. This is not just a building or a parcel of land. It is a community resource that provides hands-on science education, environmental monitoring, and real-world learning opportunities for local students and residents. Through the Environmental Justice Project, interns and staff collected data in air quality and water quality at multiple sites across Riverhead and Southampton. That information helps our community better understand the health of our local environment while also creating pathways into STEM education and future careers. If this space is taken away, we lose more than a facility. We lose opportunity for student access to environmental education and a program that directly connects science to community health. We often talk about investing in our youth and our future. This is what that investment looks like in action. On behalf of FRANCA, we respectfully urge the town of Riverhead to reconsider any action that would remove this important resource from the community and support the Long Island Science Center in the location next to the town square. I also understand that they are in Tangrowlet. I understand that. And as your neighbors from across the way, one of the things that we were excited knowing that the Science Center was going to be located in your town, in the town square, was that they have the opportunity of having the riverfront, that they can do studies and they can take the children out there, and it keeps it even more local. And like someone else had said, I think it was a teacher wrote a letter. I too, when I went on vacation with my children, they're now grown, one of the things that I looked for was something like a science center in a town square. It's awesome, beautiful, and I could be completely wrong, and for that I apologize. But what about partnering? I don't even know if that's an option. But you want to spend, I'm hearing from the community that you want to spend money on the eminent domain. Why not take that funds? If they're shy, I don't know the details, but if they're shy, why don't take that and partner with them? The community wants it. We would love it. We would love to see it on this side. It just, and I apologize if I'm wrong, but hearing everybody, I felt like saying that, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'd just like to add, if I may, I'd like to have Mr. Seaman, if he's still present. Is he still here?
Yeah, Jeff, can you come up?
I just wanted to ask him to address some of your concerns, and I'll let you come on up before I keep speaking, Mr. Seaman.
Before he comes up, Angela. Hi. I think that you have a great idea. I really do. The problem is that there is no financial backing on the other side. They don't have the funding to be able to bridge the gap between the town of Riverhead and them moving forward with their project. When they have a mortgage of over $1 million on the property, there's liens against the property. They have to dig their way out of their financial ruins in order to even have something like that be able to happen. So, but what a great idea. I applaud you for thinking that deeply about this.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I would just ask Mr. Seaman if you could come up and address, just so people understand the significance, how critical is 111 East Main Street to the flood mitigation plan of the Town Square project?
Thank you for the question, because I think it will shed some clarity on both the municipal and public importance that you have under your consideration, and I think to restate Councilwoman Waski's concerns, this is not an argument about a science center. It is about a parcel of land with a blighted building. What is critical in the phase one of the downtown revitalization program is the integration of all of the properties on the south side of Main Street, those properties that face the river and have been subject to almost catastrophic flooding caused by significant nor'easters, especially when those storms come in with large amounts of precipitation. They generally occur historically in March and October, and unfortunately for flood victims, that's also when the groundwater is at its highest elevations. So with all the impervious surface that's part of all of Main Street, there's just no place for the water to go until it hits the parking lot, which I think has been studied by not only the Army Corps of Engineers, but experienced by many of the business owners, property owners, the public, and the town. So as part of the plan, the East End Arts Center property will be elevated, their buildings relocated to get them out of the flood zone. The proposed hotel site plan clearly indicates that they're both stormwater and elevations of the building and all the other infrastructure that are being incorporated into that plan are also addressing the flood mitigation by removing those structures out of the flood zone and providing adequate infrastructure to control surface-generated runoff. not only of their project, but other interrelated projects. We come to the town square, and the design engineers came up with a stepped design, meaning the elevations will change from Main Street, which is at about 13 or 14 feet above mean sea level, down to Heidi Bear Way. That integration of all these parcels are all part of the flood mitigation program. One parcel would cause the other parcels to continue to flood unless they're all systemically raised and the infrastructure provided in order to address this mass flooding issue. Without the information from 111 East Main Street, we have no idea of how they would be integrated into our flood mitigation program without seeing some real hard information, engineering details on the building elevations, engineering details on how their stormwater system would integrate with others. As the parcel stays today, if all other development took place and that was not integrated now or soon into the future, that building would flood. That would be the low point in the flood mitigation program. That would impact that property owner unfairly. The only potential opportunity would be to construct a retaining wall that would isolate that building. It might still flood based on other stormwater runoff or storm conditions that take place. But the real public purpose here is to finalize that integration for the flood mitigation program. That is the single driving force behind the social and economic benefits of whatever else takes place in downtown. We didn't predict in the earlier studies what would take place on this parcel if it is acquired. All I did was duplicate what the hotel had done in order to determine a use that was identified. Hotel room keys were identified as a key market study component, and apply that in a theoretical manner to that parcel at 111 so I could figure out potentially how much water would be required, how much wastewater would be required, how much traffic might be generated, what the parking requirements might be, because the hotel project was a known, a given, and I felt that a scenario showing a higher use with, more demands on public utilities would be an appropriate analysis under Cear. We don't know. However, I think it's very important for everyone to understand that whatever happens with that parcel, it will still be subject to site plan review. It still has to conform to all of the Cear analyses through consistency analysis that was already conducted. They would have to prove the flood mitigation and the use are compatible with the overall redevelopment of downtown, whether it's an empty lot or a developed site in the future. But that last component, that flood mitigation intent is critical, because if it doesn't fit, then all the work that you're doing up to that property line is really just a waste of money.
Is that what we're talking about when we say the pieces of the puzzle on the town square?
Yes, the piece of the puzzle is the flood mitigation.
Right.
And for all that jigsaw to fit properly, we need to have that information. We have never seen that information. It also impacts the schedule of the development taking place currently and in the future. Some of the projects are dependent upon advancement of certain plans in order to release funding, depending upon the funding source and their requirements. So, again, I'm not here to argue. I'm a scientist. I mean, I certainly appreciate science and what museums and science centers offer to students. That's not the issue.
We all do.
I have to look at it in a very sterile environment, and that part of the puzzle is a big unknown, and if we proceed without knowing or having control over what would take place there, which this board could elect to do, I can't finish the flood mitigation with any known outcome. And I think it's important that because town board has control of site plan review for urban renewal areas, and that is why we segmented the review, because sometimes under SEQA, mitigation plans are proposed, alternatives are given, et cetera, but they're not always implemented. This plan has to be implemented because you have complete control of everything that will happen on the south side of Main Street and throughout, even the north side when we get to the garage development, things of that nature.
One final question. What would happen, as we have the town square now designed by the Community Development Agency, and not the agency itself, but the developers, there are pavers that are going to be going down on the town square. What would happen to those if this 111 building remained vacant as the pavers and the town square and everything get put in place?
They would likely be disrupted in a major storm event. I was asked a question, what are you trying, to do? And my response was, I'm trying to get ahead of the next nor'easter. I'm trying to hopefully see that the development of what is currently the parking lots, et cetera, the south ends of all these buildings and structures can take place in a construction schedule that could potentially be accelerated in order to hold off what we have experienced, which are more severe storms, greater flooding event, and that makes the entire area inaccessible for everybody, no matter the purpose.
Now, we're also building a playground that would be behind 111 East Main Street.
Yes.
What happens to those playground plans if 111 remains vacant like this?
We have to see where the elevations will be. Some of the components, and I think it was outlined in an earlier discussion about the East End.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just ask that you keep your conversation
The East
quiet.
End Arts Council, with the relocation of the buildings and what might happen in the lower elevations. It can be appropriate to allow those areas to flood. The purpose is to isolate the structures and the individual parcels from that damage to the greatest extent practicable, with the idea that in the future, if development were to take place and we raise more elevations, that whole system continues to work as a single design.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, did you have something else? Thank you so much for waiting patiently.
Of course. Good evening. My name is Jimmy Cardasano, and I'm the owner of Facility Construction Service, a local licensed contractor in Suffolk County and approved by Consumer Affairs here in Riverhead. First became involved with the Science Center approximately 20 months ago. I've been inside the building 40 to 50 times, as well as corresponded with Larry Oxman, Lucy Barnes via phone calls, text messages, multiple emails, meetings in person at Larry's office with Lucy. There's probably at least 100 conversations between emails, text messages, and I have every single one of them. Facility Construction is the contractor that filed the lien, so we all know. We filed the lien over non-payment. It's still unpaid. There's also a second invoice with another lien coming behind it in the amount of $2,148, which again is still unpaid. On several occasions, in person, on the phone, with Larry, I have told him, in Suffolk County, you have 8 months to file a commercial lien. The second invoice for $2,148 was based on an emergency basis. It was from an email from Bob Kern, rightfully so, to Larry Oxman because there were dangerous conditions right before Live on 25. Against my better judgment, being owed nearly $20,000, we went and we did it. We got it done. Live on 25 went on. It was a success. Larry had called me and said, Jimmy, we know we owe you the money, for the first invoice, and I'll get you paid, but please take care of the back of the building. We did it. We got it done. That's what licensed contractors do. Finally, lastly, Larry had called me on approximately March 26, and he said he had a way to get me paid, and I was all for it. I am the father of 2 young children who graduated from Riverhead. Lived in Bating Hollow for 25 years. Larry called me. We went and met in the back of the Science Center, the same time the Science Center was supposed to be here in this building and did not show up. He asked me to give him a check for $16,000. Maybe you should look at the cameras. $16,000, and he would hand me a check at the same time. Once my check cleared, he would give me a check instantly. Still leaving us with an original balance for over a year now. He needed to apply and show payment in the Jamesport program, which I am familiar with. So either I'm telling the board the truth or I'm not. Let's go take a polygraph. See you at 9 a.m. What do you say?
Sir, if you could, yeah, thanks. I just want to say thank you.
Excuse me, are you owed $20,000?
It's okay, sir, you can just communicate with us.
Go ahead,
Thank
sir.
you. No, I just want to say thank you and appreciate you. I just wanted to address us.
Yeah.
So,
Have you been paid?
Excuse me?
Have you been paid?
I have not been paid.
Thank you.
I've not been paid on the original invoice. I have not been paid on the second invoice. Lastly, over at Tanger Outlet, when they needed some video games moved, roughly whatever it was, a year ago, I went there with another colleague. We moved a couple of things. His delivery did not show up. It was not his fault. We were there for a few hours, never invoiced him for it. I'm a stand-up guy. I want to get paid. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing.
Hello, Talkie Church, and returning for a follow-up. The East End Arts property is a success, and has been a success for decades. That land's owned by the town of Riverhead, and it's a nonprofit that runs it. They're doing fantastic things. We've just watched the rollout, right, at the work session on raising the property, all of the specs that have, not the specs, but the elevations of what's going to happen at that property. Good work is being done there in a partnership. So I want to echo what I heard a fellow Civic head say earlier, Angela from Franca. To your point, Ms. Waske, that the Science Center doesn't have funds, I can't speak to that, but they have an asset, over $1 million.
Well, maybe they can pay the guy that was just up here.
Okay, so anecdote
where's their
aside,
asset for $1 million?
anecdote aside, when you have something that's really valuable, but you're not able to pull it all together, but you realize that you really need it in town, because we really do need the Science Center as much as we need the Art Center. They complement one another. They are synergistic with a little bit of ground in between them. And for them to be near each other creates a situation you can't find elsewhere. So what I'm saying is that if they have this large asset, the East End Arts didn't come in with an asset like that. So
The
maybe
asset is fully mortgaged.
So where is the $1 million that you're referring to? Where do they have $1 million asset?
They own the building.
With over $1 million mortgage?
Is it fully mortgaged? Have you looked
Yes.
into the paperwork?
There's an over $1 million mortgage.
Yeah.
Am I correct?
Yes,
They were
there
funded
is.
100%, 100% loan?
Those Mr.
I would say
Oxman is here in the
darn
room, you can
close.
ask him.
So my point being that in the partnership that exists at the East End Arts property, with the town owning the underlying property and the nonprofit running it, and running fundraisers, right, and applying for grants, in your inspiration for what should belong in that town center, I ask you and I request from you that you put as much effort into that particular use, the Science Center, now, before you entertain any more conversations about another development there. You know you want it, you know we want it. Please find that way. Thank you.
Alan Tucker from Riverhead. I just have a couple questions, and I apologize if I missed something, but what is the estimated cost of this eminent domain?
Eric, do you want to answer? Does somebody have an
Yeah,
answer?
we don't have an appraisal on the
have
property
to
yet.
appraisal on the property
We have to offer just compensation.
And what would that be?
I don't know, we don't have an appraisal on the property yet.
So you want to move forward with eminent domain with no idea of what it's going to cost?
Yes. I mean, we know how much they bought it for, and I think we have our own, well, once we have an appraisal, we can make a final determination.
So you want to move forward with?
The town board is having a public hearing tonight to receive information from the community and from the people who have spoken on behalf of the town. And they will make a determination as to whether to proceed after they've fully considered everything that's been said tonight and after we've received the appraisal.
And what is the plan? Like now I understand you don't have a buyer out there. I understand all that. But what's the plan? What would you ideally like to do with that piece of property?
To market it as an activation space and to sell it, to be reimbursed to a developer so that we can complete flood mitigation and activate the town square.
Okay.
Therefore, helping all of our downtown all of our downtown businesses in a revitalization effort.
So you want to use taxpayer money to purchase a piece of property. You're asking for the town's input, but you don't know what the price is going to be, what it's going to cost us.
Well, because we have to wait for an appraisal. That's the proper method to go through. We can't sit here and discuss what we're going to pay. There's the court ordered, I imagine Mr. Eisler can explain, there'd be a number of appraisals that were done and the fair market value would then be offered.
I'm ignorant.
And then we would be sold, and we would, the property would then be sold and the taxpayers would be reimbursed.
Okay, last.
So that's
and I'm
similar.
I'm ignorant to the process.
I'm explaining.
But don't you get the appraisal before you file for the eminent domain?
No.
No?
No.
Okay.
Why would we invest money in appraisal if the eminent domain didn't go forward? Why would we invest money in appraisal?
Okay.
So you don't
So-
spend if
Okay.
this
So-
board decided
so-
not to go forward, it would be foolish to spend money on appraisal process and spend a couple $1,000s.
Okay. But your intention is to sell it?
Yes.
Has any of the board members or the supervisor, any of you, had discussions with Mr. Petroselli about an interest in eventually owning that parcel?
I can only speak myself. I'll say I have not.
I have not.
I have not.
And I promise you, as I've said before, and I will reiterate it, I would never be in favor of apartments there.
Nope.
I want something that is going to activate downtown. I know myself, having 3 children, traveling throughout the nation and seeing other towns, what they have there for families. I have great ideas of the possibility of what can be there that would be great for the residents of the town, for the tourists that hopefully will come to the town. This is the best possible thing. We need something to be the draw for Main Street because what's been going on the last 30 years, as I've said over and over and over again since I first took this seat, hasn't worked. And we owe it to the people that are trying to survive, the businesses, downtown Riverhead. If I was the owner of 111 East Main Street, I would be embarrassed because you are the blight that is causing people not to want to come downtown to go to the restaurants, to go to the flower shop, to the deli.
Have any of the board members spoken to any developer who has expressed an interest in owning that parcel?
I have not.
I've not.
I've spoken to some people about, to come in and try to get some money for the Science Center.
No, I'm not saying I'm saying after eminent domain.
But it hasn't happened
We have to
yet.
get there.
And number one, number two, we have a playground. This is great. It's daytime activity.
I understand all that.
And for me, I know that the planetarium would be a nighttime and adult and kids activity, because kids aren't gonna support downtown.
Got all that.
All right,
Just one final question,
go ahead.
please. So none of you who are elected officials of this town have had conversations with any developer or Mr. Petroselli in particular about an interest in ultimately owning this parcel? And is that a yes or no, or is that a you have plausible deniability?
I said no.
I have not.
No.
No, I don't.
Thank you.
Free to, each council member is welcome to answer their own. I mean, that's,
Point out that you're not obligated.
yeah, they're not obligated to answer, so, I wish. Did someone else have a comment? So, sir,
Don't
she's
we have
not,
something that we're not
yeah.
allowed to hold
Yeah, sir, you're not,
We can't do
it's not a
voting on
polling,
issues.
and it's not,
No,
I mean,
I'm not polling.
right, but it's also.
You are polling the board.
You
can't-
are, and.
She interrogated a
Eric.
prior speaker, so I'll interrogate
can't.
her.
Well, that's not what this is not, sir.
Yeah, they're,
Mr. Zucker, this is not an
Denise, I
interrogation.
wouldn't even answer.
I'm sorry.
they're the public body that's going to make a determination on this, so to the extent that they hear comments that they want to investigate further, they can ask questions.
Yeah.
Insofar as it helps inform their final determination.
So I just want to say, as we're doing this, that tonight is just a disappointing night. And you might want to wait till you hear what I say, on all levels. Coming into office, I asked the Science Center to be here. To be real candid with you, those of you from the Science Center, I am disappointed in where it stands right now, and where that building is. We are here about that building, and where that building is right now. While I'm disappointed with that, as a person who believes in the values that I believe in my country, and that's just my speaking for who I am. I'm not judging anyone else up here, anyone else in the audience. I do not believe eminent domain is a card to be played unless there is a specific, absolute need for that. I've seen it in different areas. With that said, I do understand, and I said this at a work session, the passion of everyone in this room. So while I'm disappointed, I'm also excited that everyone here is excited about our downtown and to see it grow and be facilitated and our town as a whole. So take all that to heart, that when we leave here tonight, we had 10 young men here who were here to see how government worked. This is how government works. We come in this room, we talk about our issues, we express them, but also understand that we are teaching the generation behind us how to deal with things, how to deal with our neighbors, how to deal with the plans that we have, and how to grow this. God forbid, in 40 years or 30 years, however long this has actually been, that they sit here and that they're arguing about what to do downtown. So those are my 2 cents. I know that we've been here a long time. So
Can you just tell me how that is helping the downtown businesses?
I understand the plight of all of it. I really do. I get it. Eminent domain is something that, you guys have been sitting here longer. I really do understand it. It's just the core of who I am. And that's, I really wish we could have worked something out, but I do understand the process that's happening. It's not ununderstandable, but it is not something that I am, it's just not the course that I wanted to go when I called them into work session, but it is the path that we're on right now.
Supervisor, in fairness, you were not here in April of 2025 when this board got together and said, you know what? The Science Center has great plans. Let's give them a shot. Let's give them an extension. And here we are over a year later, still having the conversation with nothing done. Think about what that did to the downtown businesses who are still paying rent, paying, their staff.
Taxes.
Not knowing whether people are going to be coming through their doors for dinner on a Thursday night or not.
I do. That's why I did
Those
start by
businesses
saying that
elected us to
I
protect
would just
them
like
and
to
take
finish for a
action.
second. I do. That's why I did start with saying that I was disappointed. I'm disappointed in a contractor that's not been paid. so I do understand that, Joan. So I thank you, Councilwoman. I do understand that, and that's why I said what I said. So sorry, I didn't.
I think there are businesses down there that are relying on us to take action. And when you sit year after year after year idle with no action taken, they got rights too. They're relying on us. These are commitments and promises that I can tell you that I set 5.5 years ago when we came in, that we promised to revitalize downtown Riverhead. And I worked on Main Street for a number of years, and I saw and I walked up and down and you see, and it hasn't changed in many years. And there are businesses that I have personally attended in the past 5.5 years where we've gone to ribbon-cutting ceremonies and we celebrated with them, and sadly, we watched them close because there's no foot traffic, there's no activation space, they're not coming down here. That's really sad. People gave us a chance and they invested in Riverhead, and we didn't provide the activation that they need to have downtown revitalized and to generate foot traffic, to generate a revenue, to put people in the seats of the restaurants, in the retail stores. That's what the bid district is all about. That's what all of those residents, I walk those streets, you talk to people, so I'm not sad. I'm doing what I feel is the direct thing to do to protect business owners and say, where we understand your plight and we're here to help, and I'm willing to take the necessary actions, whatever it may be, to make certain that downtown Riverhead survives and it thrives, because the businesses down there, we owe it to them to do that.
But
this is a difficult action. I don't take this lightly. But what needs to be done needs to be done. It has been years and years of no movement. We listened to, as I'm talking about earlier, about raising money and funds. How much money have you raised over the last year? We had a work session. We asked the questions. We did our due diligence, and the answer was none. Nothing action, no action. So is it fair to just sit on it year after year after year without taking any action? The answer is no. We owe it to the other businesses to protect them and give them an opportunity to thrive.
I do agree with you 1,000% actually on the thing to move. That's why I asked them to come to work session. And that's one of the reasons I'm sitting here is because, I mean, like you said, you were here for 5 years.
And do something to help them.
So I am doing that. So I really.
I think that Councilwoman Merrifield and I actually asked them to come into work session.
Yes. They didn't volunteer.
Okay, so, all right, so, but either way, we're here tonight, and I didn't say that I was sad, I said I was disappointed, but, yes, sir.
John McAuliffe, Roanoke Landing in Riverhead. First of all, I want to appreciate the supervisor's injection of his perspective and his responsibility. And I must say I have a sense that we're in the run-up to an election, and we're watching the two contestants for the election put their positions forward.
Yeah,
That's
John,
fine.
this is about.
That's
Stay on the
fine.
topic.
Let me
Public
finish. I
hearing.
think that's
Public
fine
hearing, so.
because it's going to give people substantive reasons to know.
No,
what
John,
to
it's
do.
actually.
John, this is a public hearing on the Science Center.
All right.
Please focus on it, okay?
Okay,
Thank you very much.
I'm about to do that, but I
Thank
think
you.
we can observe what's happening in front of us.
Great.
The whole issue of eminent domain, this is not a blank slate. The three people pushing it now, plus the development director, already pushed it, and the T-shirt I'm wearing is the victim of your previous version of eminent domain. We'll see on June 10th what the discussion is about what you want to put in its place. But I think eminent domain, I agree with the supervisor about the seriousness and uniqueness of its role, and what creates the contention and why we're suspicious when people don't talk about what might be in the background is that the use of eminent domain for the benefit of a private enterprise, while they've now allowed that to be you can use eminent domain for private business purposes, that isn't the fundamental purpose of it. And so when we have this kind of amorphous or a vacuum versus something who we know we're talking about, I mean, even the flood control stuff, I don't see why any of that wouldn't as well be done with the Science Center. And Zwoski may be right that there might be something else, but we know the potential. The Science Center has
served 375,000 people in 30 years. They say they have 3.5 million committed grants. Now, I don't know if somebody from the Science Center is going to speak today, but I would be interested in their numbers as opposed to Mr. Rothwell's numbers. The other thing that I want to say is that I think that our, again, Ms. Waske has talked at several sessions about the concern that people leave the aquarium and they don't know where to go. Well, frankly, I don't think they're going to go to a very expensive hotel with their 2 or 3 kids, but they would walk down the street to go to the Science Center. That opens up that continuity from one place to the other. And I don't know, you're right, potentially there could be something even neater and more wonderful, but here we have something that has a history in the town, that has deeply committed people to try to solve the problem. And like every other human endeavor, has less than perfect performance. And I think that absent a real definite alternative, it's a waste of money. I mean, you got away easy on the first eminent domain because you could buy them out and there was division among them about whether to fight. There's not going to be division from the Science Center board or from the community. You go to court on eminent domain, you've got a serious legal fight in front of you, and probably a lot of the people who are here tonight will be testifying against the town and against your desire to do eminent domain. What is that going to cost? What's the time frame, the legal time frame of that hearing and appeals before you actually can do anything? I think to get something done, you're better to work with what exists than to put out there a very uncertain, very undefined alternative, which all you have is negatives about exist. You have no positives about what's going to go in its place.
That's completely incorrect, John. Look at downtown. We're building an adaptive playground, a splash pad. We have the aquarium. We have the Suffolk Theater.
No, in that space, you have no positive to go in that space. All you have is negatives
So a
about
vacant
that space.
building is positive experience downtown, John? Is that what you're saying?
I think Mr. Kern would like to speak.
So John, you may not have been here earlier, but I don't know when it was, 3, 4, 5 months ago, this entire town board supported the Science Center. The entire board. We saw renderings. Everybody was excited. We did a press conference outside of the building. The question becomes, from what I'm getting, I'm the simple guy up here, okay? Where's the funding coming from? We're not getting an answer on that. And I did hear, and I want to respect the fact that somebody did bring up, I think it was Laura Jen Smith, that info was not being given, technical info to the Science Center, which I would like, but I also hear that Joe Petroselli was working with the Science Center. So I'm a little bit confused there. Where I'm not confused is how do you do this without funding, John? And so you may not have been here for that, but I don't have an answer to that.
What is the 3.5 million in grant?
You'd have to, I'm
Is somebody from the Science Center going to?
We don't know, but we appreciate your comment. We would appreciate, if you're finished, then maybe they would have a chance to speak, but I didn't know if you had another comment or not.
All right, no, that's the substance of my.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McCullough.
Thank you. But don't put nothing ahead of something.
All right.
Evening, Claudette Bianco, Baiting Hollow. I heard a lot of concerns tonight about the environment and the building and the program, the Science Center program. I didn't hear a lot of concern about the money that you're asking the taxpayers to fund. Whatever the assessment of the building's going to cost, whatever the legal costs for eminent domain, I have no idea. But I would like to hear from you that you're worried about the cost to the taxpayers. We have busted the cap every year for at least 4 years. People have screamed. I have been here multiple times and said, enough. People cannot afford the taxes in this little town. People cannot buy a home in this town. They're not buying homes in this town because of the taxes and the cost of the house. I don't hear a lot of concern from you about how much this is going to cost us to do this. I'm not saying it's a beneficial program or it's not. I'm not for it. I'm not against it. I don't have enough money left over to keep paying taxes because you guys are spending it so freely. And Supervisor Halpin is correct. Eminent domain should be the absolute last procedure that you use. Absolute last step. Try to find a way around it. I know what you've been doing. I understand it. But that's not the answer, in my opinion. And certainly, I don't want to pay for it. Thank you.
There's one online. One person online. I believe that's our last person right now. Don't forget all those great announcements that we talked about at the beginning. There's so many great things that are going on this weekend. Memorial Day Parade.
Yeah, thank you again. I want to also alert the board as well as the community to what I think is a continuing failure to really appreciate all of the potential issues and potential liability to the town and its taxpayers in the event we have another screw up, perhaps akin to something like the town assessor is responsible for it at Friars Club. A few years ago, Gyrodine Company of America was awarded more than $125 million in compensation, plus more than $52 million in interest in connection with Suffolk County's eminent domain.
Mr. Herrera, does this pertain to our eminent domain on this property?
It absolutely does, and again, I'm just gonna remind you, and I didn't mean to denigrate your background, but perhaps you could learn something. So in this case, Gyrodine was awarded $125 million in compensation and $52 million in interest on top of that compensation.
Mr. Herrera, I'm failing to see your connection to our town square. And this is we have allowed you to speak 3 times, so if you can make that connection quick.
Again, do me a favor, okay? I'm reading from a case that maybe you've had the time or the inclination, you or your counsel.
Mr. Herrera, just ask that you have a point about our town square project.
Yes.
Okay.
If you screw up, okay, there's enormous potential liability to the town. In the Gyrodine case, Suffolk County had to pay $175 million because of a error in the compensation provided to a landowner whose property was taken to by eminent domain.
Okay.
You really need to consider what potential liability you are causing or imposing on taxpayers if you get all this wrong. And there are a lot of people out here tonight that have said you're getting this wrong. And you know what? Some people say the classic definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again. And thank you, Ms. Waske, for acknowledging that whatever you've done for the past 30 years hasn't worked. I just hope this doesn't have the same failed consequences for the town. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think there's
I've done over the
there's 2. I think he meant because the 30 years it hasn't taken off, right?
Maybe 2
Did
years seems like
somebody
30
else have a
years.
comment?
I don't know.
I've
Please
paid
go.
taxes over the past.
If you don't, somebody. If you guys make a move, if not, I'm going to close the hearings for.
He's just thinking.
Hi, guys.
Yeah.
My name's Kevin Shea, and I'm from Baiting Hollow.
Kevin, can I just ask you to pull the mic up a
Microphone?
little bit? Yeah, thank you.
This better?
Yes, much better, thanks.
I figured before I came here that there would be going to be a lot of facts and a lot of discussion, so I I wrote a poem.
Poem?
Yeah, a poem.
Does
So
it,
I'm gonna read
does it pertain directly to are this eminent domain?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. I
Okay.
would keep it
Yes, sir.
appropriate.
Just in the time of us, the
Thank you, sir.
consistency of this hearing time.
It's titled The Anchor and the Seed. To plant a town square is a noble thing. To clear the soil, to invite the spring. But a square is just dirt and a river just flows without the deep roots where community grows. For 30 long winters, in frost and in sun, the Science Center's quiet work has been done. 375,000 seeds, the minds of our children, their hopes and their needs have been watered and nurtured to help them look high, from the soil of Riverhead up to the sky. And it is not just the blossom of youth that will gather, but the shade of the old trees enjoying the weather, where retirees mentor the young who pass through a space for the lifetime to gather and renew. In 2020, they bought their own ground, 111 Main Street, structurally sound. They crowned it with armor against winter rains, a brand new roof paid by their own careful gains. And this town called this center a deep water anchor to draw in the funding without any rancor. We use this bright vision of science and grace to harvest 10 million from the state for this place. But you cannot grow forests by chopping the root. And you cannot expect a dead orchard to fruit. You claim there's no progress, that reports were not made, but the roots were communicating deep in the shade. The planning department received every sheet, but it died on the vine before reaching your seat. You claim that no final site plan has been cast, yet you hold back the light on a design built to last. How can a center build on an elevation unknown while the town's final grading has never been shown? And look at the parcel just over the way. Patrice is building and digging today. Permits are granted. They're scaffolding high with no final site plan beneath the same sky. Why punish the nonprofit steady and true for this very same leniency granted to few? Instead, a cold frost has been blown through the air, a cloud of condemnation that freezes what's fair. The lenders have paused and the waters are stirred by the threat of a seizure, by a vague, empty word. Municipal purposes, a shadow, a draft, while a stop work order binds its own craft. You criticize branches for failing to grow while blocking the sunlight and water below. 92 pages of planning and care sit right in your hands, but you act like it's bare. If you fell this great tree through an eminent domain, 3.5 million washes straight down the drain. And June 30th looms when the Jump Smart funds die. 884,000 reasons why. Grants tied to this soil, meant for youth to ascend, will wither and vanish, a terrible end. While corporate projects get tax-sheltered shade and pilot agreements on plazas are made, you threaten an anchor that asks for no favors, just to enrich our community's labors. All kids on the block deserve the same yield as the well-fed children in the wealthier field. So, don't clear-cut the progress they've tended for years. Don't trade an anchor for lawsuits and tears. Lift up the stop order. Let the frost thaw. Choose partnership here, not the blade of the law. Let the Science Center flourish where it was designed, a beacon of hope for the heart and the mind. Thank you.
Is there anybody else that wanted to speak? Did you want to speak?
Just wrote this tonight.
Yes. Yes, my name's Peter Timmons. I'm a resident of Wading River.
Thank you, sir.
Peter, just move the mic toward you a little bit.
And I support the condemnation of 111 East Main Street. Any reference to 111 East Main Street having potential as a science center is gone. It may have had potential as a science center 6 years ago, but it never became that. It's never been a science center. So when people talk about it, the science center, it's never been a science center, and it isn't one today. The building remains a dilapidated, vacant blight on Main Street. And it just so happens that it's smack dab in the middle of where the activation is supposed to be happening, that everybody's been speaking about for the town square. Nothing ever occurred at this location until the town board began exploring a condemnation proceeding through eminent domain. In April of 2025, the group proposing the Science Center appeared before the board with architects, engineers, financial representatives, a whole slew of people, along with the owner. Artistic renditions and diagrams detailing the phases of construction were presented. The board was assured that there was financial backing for the project and that the Science Center would be opened in August of 2025. I specifically remember August 1st of 2025. The owner even stated in a local paper that the construction was to begin immediately upon the obtaining of permits. They just needed more time. The board did not proceed with the condemnation at that time. What happened next? Nothing. A year went by. April of this year, 2026, only after the town board began the process of beginning a condemnation proceeding, again, did the Science Center group appear again, looking for additional time. Again, they showed up with artistic renditions, plans, different plans, I might add, and diagrams detailing the phases of construction. In fact, I think they showed up with more people the second time than they did with the first time. This time, they assured the board that the Science Center would be open at the end of this year or early sometime in 2027. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. It is insane to allow the Science Center group more time to continue this farce. In fact, it's worse than insane because unlike the time that they met with the board in April of 2025, we now know that a bank that was funding them back in 2025 has now backed out of funding them. It came to light that there's a mechanics lien on the property, which directly affects the Science Center group's ability to secure additional loans. A $1 million reimbursement grant that they had is expiring in June, in less than 2 weeks. And now it's come to light this month that there is now a $1.1 million mortgage on the property. Things have gotten substantially worse for the Science Center group. Now, this is especially true when you consider timing. The Town Square project is beginning now, and it requires activation. It needs a venue which will draw people to Riverhead. 111 Main Street is smack in the middle of where the Town Square project is about to begin. To not proceed with the condemnation of the property will hurt the Town Square project. It will be as Mr. Patrice described at a recent work session. People will come out of the aquarium, look down the street, and go home because there's nothing else drawing them to the downtown. Further, to not proceed also hurts the downtown businesses. Having this dilapidated building, 111 East Main Street, has already hurt the downtown businesses and will continue to do so if you don't vote for condemnation. It's also going to help the taxpayers. It is time to proceed with the Town Square project. I implore you to proceed with the condemnation of 111 East Main Street. It is necessary and it is the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am, you know my name.
Oh, so, Miss Ma'am, yeah, no, I'm sorry, we don't, yeah.
I just wanted to know, because I don't know who he is or where he's from and how he got all that information. It was a little out of sync with everything else, so I was just
He
curious
announced it
who
in
he
the
is.
beginning of him speaking.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but we just don't approach each other, so you can.
What's his name?
She could, I don't think we read that back, and I think that he gave it, if the court reporter got it, Eric.
Have his name?
Hold, no, Eric, Counselor.
I think he said what his name
Well,
was and what him.
it's public information.
Yeah, he announced that.
It's just peculiar to me.
I just want to make sure we're following procedure, so I don't
Okay.
know that we have to read that back.
Does he know anybody on the board? I'm just wondering.
Do you have is it about the condemnation?
Yes, I'm wondering if because he got up and presented all this extensive information against
I think you know us all on the board, Cindy. You talk.
I know you all know, right.
I don't,
Yeah.
Every resident has an opportunity.
Is he a friend of yours?
Thank you.
What's that?
Can you, does that question need to be answered? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, nobody here knows him.
Okay.
So we're just wondering, because mostly the
Well,
people.
I don't think that knowing
Generally,
someone,
the people who are-
excuse me,
Okay.
I don't think that knowing someone is predicated on them being able to speak as a, so I just.
No,
wanna
that's
say
true,
this.
but generally, people offer opinions rather than statistics and information. That's why it seemed a little off.
Okay.
So, never
I
mind.
Appreciate, no, I just appreciate, I just want to make sure I'm following that procedure. Yes, sir. Your comments?
Jim Wooten. I live in Riverhead. I'm not part of the heart of
Just for the
Riverhead, but I
record, I
live in
know
the heart
Jim.
of Riverhead, and I always have. I started my career on Main Street in 1975, over 50 years ago. And I can tell you that Main Street has been dying for 40 years, almost 50 years. And it's not through anything particular except shopping trends and people wanting bigger box stores, Woolworth or a Caldor or a Billy Blake or a Food Fair or a Tom McCann. Nobody wanted to go to the smaller shops on Main Street. So it's been a slow, slow death. This plan for Main Street, this Riverhead Central Square, was not only applauded federally and by the state, but with millions, over $50 million of award granted to create this staying in place. It's needed. I can tell you it's very exciting. The residences that live in River gave up on Main Street a long time ago. They really did. I mean, thank God the Suffolk Theater's there, so some of us still go down there. And there's a couple of restaurants that we go to, but the general population of River gave up on Main Street a long time ago. They really did. And I'll stand by that because I've lived on Main Street and I continue to live on Main Street. But I can tell you this plan is worth it. And I'm a conservative like all my friends here about eminent domain and not using that as a tool. But sometimes you have to. Because if you have a beautiful hedgerow and there's one dead tree in the middle, it's got to come out. It's got to come out. You got to put a new tree in. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you for your perspective,
Thank
sir.
Claudia Bianco, Baiting Hollow. I'm sorry, and I don't mean this in a derogatory way, but I truly think that Mr. Wooten making comments is a conflict of interest. He's an elected public official.
He's a resident of this town. He
I
has a right
understand
to
that,
speak
but
as
in his
anyone does.
capacity, he's an elected public official.
And we're elected and we're speaking. He has a right to speak. Everyone.
Yeah,
has
I
a right to
absolutely
speak.
have a, yeah. I'm a
It's a
lifelong
First
resident of
Amendment.
Riverhead.
Is that accurate?
Yeah, he
I
does.
got
Okay.
5 generations in this town.
I have nothing, it's not personal. I just thought
It
it
is
was a
personal.
conflict of interest that he spoke.
It's not a conflict of interest,
Okay,
unfortunately.
thank you.
Hi, Denise Civiletti, Riverhead. I just have a kind of 2 questions. I think it would, one of them is for Mr. Howard, so I'll wait.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Are you allowed to talk?
I think so.
Sorry about that.
I try not
I'd
to.
ask our counselor.
But no,
Let's
so
somebody-
I think it would benefit all of us to have a clear idea of how this process works. And so if one of, like Eric Howard or Frank Eisler could sort of outline that in a way that's, that everybody else could understand. There's a process to it. It's, so that's one thing. And the second question that flows from that is, how long will it be realistically before the town, if everybody on the board or majority on the board agree to proceed with this before the town could actually have control of that property in order to market it, to do something else with it. Because I think that's a crucial fact. And I was hoping when Jim got up, he was actually going to sing
I thought
his
about it.
comments, but,
Knew you.
All right.
because he's got a beautiful singing voice.
Thank you, Denise.
Frank, can you walk us through the process? Thanks.
Okay, thanks.
The process that we would be moving forward on is we would close the public hearing tonight. The board will have 90 days to make a determination whether or not to go forward with the condemnation proceeding. That would require a determination, a resolution, making findings, and that would then either not go forward or go forward based on the decision of this board. Once that occurs, we would be filing a petition in the Supreme Court to acquire title to this property. And we just did the same process for 127 not too long ago when we acquired the leasehold interest to that property. And the town ended up with a resolution in terms of price with that particular tenant. And we got, I'm going to say within 4 months, we actually acquired title to the property by getting the court order allowing the condemnation. That's a fast track, so don't bet on that timing. But then, once the proceeding goes into the court will then decide whether or not to grant the condemnation order, and that immediately would then be filed with the county clerk and title vests in the town. But it can be done depending on all kinds of other factors, but it can be done within a couple of 4 or 5 months if all the moons line up correctly.
Thank you,
And Mr. Eisler, in the interim from the determination to the filing of the petition, we'd be making an offer?
Yes, we would be getting an appraisal done. We would be making our, what is called in the condemnation world, our highest and best offer. We have to offer the owner of the property what our appraiser says is the fair market value. And that would be the offer we would make. And the property owner has 2 options. They can accept it and as a full payment, which is what happened in our leasehold case, or choose to challenge the value in the court process. We would have to still make that advance payment based on our appraisal to the property owner at that point. But then the court will ultimately decide what the value should be after hearing appraisal testimony and that, those facts. But that would then obviously take the process longer, but title would actually be in the town at that point.
Thank you, sir.
It's just a question of what's the fair value.
Thank you, sir.
And if there,
Go ahead. No,
I'll
go
have
ahead.
to just come back up when you've done with your.
Yeah, when they're finished, yes, I do understand. Is anyone else, we're going to we have this person, we have 2 people online, and then in the notice of time, we will be leaving for written comment, but I don't want to cut anybody off, but if you've already spoken, if you don't have a new point to say, please.
I think I'm just Mary McDonald from Baiting Hollow, and I'm, I think, just going to ask a question for you to think about based on everything that I've heard and particularly what you just said. Is there a way to do this without condemnation, without eminent domain? Is it possible to enter into a negotiation with the Science Center for a fair price, since you've made quite a few arguments about why you need that piece of property? And then is it possible, because we've all agreed on how important the Science Center is and what an asset it could be to downtown, is there a way to think about a swap of some sort that might then be part of this negotiated settlement? So I've just asked that you consider some of those options. Thank you.
Yep, and then we have 2 online.
I just have a question, just in reference to Mr. Seaman. So when he was talking about the floodplain and when the original secret was done, that it was segmented, and now looking at the property as a whole, I guess it seems it's come to some realization that this property without proper elevation will increase the flooding in that area in particular. So my question is, for that building, is the plans that were designed for the town square without this building, is it sort of self-created that there is this necessity to have this building and the floodplains done now for the town square because of the engineering of the original plans of the town square? Would that have not been the case had it been looked at as a full secret as opposed to segmenting it out?
Fair question. I just want to get to those other two, and Jeff, if you have a quick response to that, if you want to make your way around, we'll take the comment online while we're waiting for him to make his way around.
Just to answer one of the questions the prior lady had asked, at any point, the current owner of the property can negotiate and close a deal and sell, whether it be to the town or to somebody else at this point. But we're under the presumption that it's been on the market twice and that there's not a desire to sell it, so. But they have every right to market it right now.
They do. Thank you, sir.
Jeff Seaman again.
Oh, hold on. Is that one ready online? Yeah, let's just get this, so in case there's a question for you, I can double it up. Sorry, Jeff. Thank you for being patient, sir.
Okay, my name is Desmond Wong. I live in Baden Hollow. I'm not here today to argue about any delays, anything about the flood drainage or blighted buildings, or about whether the Science Center is valuable to the community. I think those are all the wrong arguments, and I want to explain why. The question in front of this board is not really, should we seize this parcel? The question is, why does every problem in this downtown have the same solution? Crafted was in the way, so eminent domain. The square needed a builder, so sole source designation. The hotel parcel needed an owner, so a no bid sale at $2.6 million to an LLC whose financials have never been publicly disclosed. The park needed an operator, and so 7% of construction cost plus $150,000 a year for 10 years paid to the same developer. The hotel needed tax abatements, and the contract this board signed actually requires the developer to apply for them. Now the Western Anchor isn't performing on the developer's timeline, and eminent domain is back on the table. Every one of those decisions has been justified individually, and most of the individual justifications sound reasonable. And that is actually exactly the problem. When every separately reasonable decision keeps producing the same beneficiary, what you have is not a series of choices, it is a structure, a structural problem. This board has bound the town of Riverhead by contract to use its sovereign powers, eminent domain, tax forgiveness, no bid disposition of public property in service of one private counterparty's revenue model. That is a conflict of interest. That is the conflict of interest. It is not about donations. It's not about any one council member. It is about the contract itself, the way this deal was built. So I'm not going to argue for or against seizure on the merits tonight. I'm going to ask 4 things, and I'd like each of you to say on the record whether you will commit to them. One is, before any further action on the Science Center, this parcel, publish the full audited financials of Petrocelli Riverhead Town Square LLC and an independent appraisal of the $2.6 million crafted sale. Number 2 is pause the eminent domain consideration on the Science Center until an independent review of the master developer agreement specifically the 7% management fee and the 10-year operating commitment, is conducted and released publicly. And number 3, do not treat this parcel as a developer question, treat it as a planning question. So open a public design process for what the western anchor of the town square should be before anyone asks who should build it. And number 4, any member of this board who has received campaign contributions directly or through party committees from Petrocelli entities should recuse from any vote or decisions affecting this parcel. And so refusing any of these is itself an answer to the question.
Sir, I understand that you have a question, but
why
you
does every
don't dictate our
problem in this
answers. So
downtown have the
I
same
really do
solution?
appreciate your
Thank you.
comments, but thank you for your comments. I don't think there's anything else. Jeff, do you want to answer the question that was at hand?
Well, I'll do the best I can. I'm not sure I understood the question. I think it related to the purpose of segmenting the review.
Yeah, it was a difference between doing secret as a whole and segmenting it out.
We did secret on the whole action, which is the entirety of all of the development proposed at that time for the downtown revitalization. And then we expressly committed to the segmented review, which is permitted under 617.2, the general rules of the state law, that would be applicable when you have a large-scale, multi-phase project at various stages of development and design and implementation, all hinged on other sources of funding for it to actually be implemented. So that explanation is in the secret record, so if people would like more information, they can certainly acquire that information.
Thank you, Mr. Seaman. I think we have one more, and, yep. We have one online, but you can make your way over.
Again, thank you again and for indulging me. I want to remind all of us, particularly since we have another speaker that echoes my concern about doing the same thing over and over again, being the clinical definition of insanity. But I want to remind us all that just a few years ago, Dawn and Frank Isler stood before this board. Mr. Halpin was not on the board at the time. And they told us that they had this great idea to resolve the problem with Cat and the Gurmesians. That was years ago. And you know where their wonderful solution has left us?
Yeah, I got you.
Years of litigation.
Yeah, Mr. Harry, we asked that, we're not talking about the Gurmesians right now. We just needed to be specific to this in the essence of time and everyone's time.
I would really urge you to take a minute to understand what I'm saying. You have the same actors that told you they had a solution to the Gurmesian cat problem, and we've been embroiled in years of litigation, nowhere close to a resolution. An appeal has already been filed.
Do you have a point about this exact, I'm sorry, I hate to keep cutting you off because I want it to be done.
Yes, absolutely. With the same players guiding you, you are destined to the same miserable screw-up and waste of taxpayers' money and assets and time.
This is your opinion,
So
and we all
please-
do have an independent vote up here. So I do appreciate your comments. Thank you for calling in and letting us, sir. Mr. McAuliffe.
Yeah, a very simple question.
Very simple.
Process. Does the judge or the Supreme Court decide yay or nay about eminent domain or only the amount of the payment? Is it only the amount of the payment that goes to court, or can the court say, this was a bad decision, you're not entitled to eminent domain?
Or Mr. Eisler?
The court reviews the petition. If the petition sets forth a facially valid public purpose, it is granted.
So the court could say, no, this is not a public purpose, this is a
In
private
very rare instances, I'm sure they could.
Yeah, but that'll be part of the argument.
Whatever arguments advance, that's not up to me.
Thank you, Mr. McCullough. I believe we have one more online for this matter. So no. This is a no. I believe we have one online we're waiting on. But Mr. Eisler, if you could be ready, that would be great. Fantastic. I don't want to, I want everybody to chance to speak, but I do. I done.
Just for the record, other scouts from 94 had an opportunity to make 2 other merit badges.
That's right. Is there still one online? No? All right. So Mr. Eisler is going to wrap us up. We do have one online. I was kidding.
Can you guys hear me?
There we go.
I didn't hear you wrap this up.
All right. Go ahead. Allison, can you hear us? And can you
Yep.
speak? Thank you.
I can hear you. I thought somebody was talking. So hi, Allison Matway, Wading River. I'm just curious. I've been listening the whole time on Zoom. A lot of questions were answered, so I'm not going to ask those. But someone did say, I think it was Mr. Kern or Mr. Rothwell, that the eminent domain would be paid for by the taxpayers, but then once there was a buyer, that the taxpayers would be, the money would be refunded to the taxpayers. And then another question that was asked is how much it would cost, and you don't know because of the assessed value, blah, blah, blah. What did it cost to do eminent domain of the crafted building? And like, can we kind of extrapolate that it would be similar in cost to what that was?
I can answer that. The issues are really distinct. This was with 127, it was a leasehold interest. The town actually owned the building. And so the factors that go into valuing is all different than if you're taking title of the fee title to the property.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so does anybody have a guesstimate about how much this would cost? And if not, will that money, let's say eminent domain is utilized, will the money be returned to the taxpayers once there is a buyer? Or like, how does that all work?
So I guess you're looking at where the money initially, the funds would be coming from fund balance. So, and then upon the sale, the funds would be returned to fund balance.
That's correct.
Okay, so it comes out of a fund, not that our taxes go up. It just comes out of a fund and then it gets replaced. So it's not like the Friars Head debacle.
Correct.
That we would get a $300 extra bill in our taxes.
And then remember, once it is purchased, it goes back on the tax roll. And once it's developed, that will help the taxes as well.
Right, and okay, that makes sense. And I just had one more question. I believe you guys keep referring to an activation site. Is that what you're saying? Is it activation? Is that the right word that you use? Like,
yes.
What is that? What is an activation site? It sounds like a lot of like corporate speak that people aren't aware of. What do you mean by an activation? Are you talking about like an anchor site that will draw people? And is there a guarantee to the businesses that you guys mentioned that are so upset because this building is blighted and it's the reason why their businesses are failing? Like, are you guaranteeing that whatever this activation site is going to bring business to downtown Riverhead? Because as we all know, downtowns in every part of the country are slowly in decline. And, I don't know, can you guarantee that this activation site is going to, bring business back to downtown Riverhead?
Allison, I'll address that. If the town square is done properly, where, there are events for 2,000 or 3,000 people and is programmed on a weekly basis, it will, there's this, all the data is there, that says that, yes, that will activate downtown and people will go and to the businesses. In addition, what will happen, the success of it will also and can also attract other retail situations. And the data's all there.
Well,
This was part of,
I don't know.
This was part of
Go ahead.
the pattern book,
Mhm.
the comprehensive plan. These are all of the ideas that went into the thinking and the hard work of how to make our downtown succeed. And we're trying to put all of those pieces, again, to the puzzle, together to make this area activate and become alive and have foot traffic, businesses. It's all great stuff that we're trying to put forward here.
Yeah, and I would love that. I've lived in Riverhead for 23, almost 24 years now, and I would love that. I love downtown Riverhead, regardless of what's going on with this blighted building. I'm there all the time, frequenting the businesses that are there. The Latino-owned businesses are amazing. The food is great. My concern is that pattern book and the comprehensive plan were all started. I mean, obviously, most recently, it's been several years, and things have gotten substantially more expensive. And I think that might also be part of why people aren't coming to downtown Riverhead, because they frankly can't afford it. And so I don't know that doing this eminent domain and this anchoring and all that is going to change that. So like, I'm hoping that it's not, you take over this building by eminent domain and it doesn't do what it purports it's going to.
Well, let me ask you, when you go downtown, which you said that you love going downtown, and you walk past 111 East Main Street, what are your thoughts?
I mean, downtown Riverhead right now is a hot mess. So my thoughts are that the whole place needs to move along, you know. But
And that's
I
what
mean,
we're
I
trying to do.
still go, and I still go by, you know, the riverfront when I can, and go to the businesses where I can, and I actually enjoy the town. But again, I've lived here for a very long time. You don't have to convince me to go there. Like, it's maybe getting new people there, or, you know, getting people from out of town there. But like, I'll always be a Riverhead, you know, supporter.
Thank you. And if anybody needs incentive to go downtown, go to Ben & Jerry's. They have the best new item of the key lime pie ice cream. Phenomenal.
Thanks
Thank you,
for the
Allison. Thank you for
suggestion.
your comments.
Thank you.
If there are no further
Theresa.
comments from the public, I would suggest to the board that you entertain a resolution to close the public hearing.
Yes.
And as I said earlier, that the next step would be to determine whether to go forward or not with the acquisition. We have 90 days to do that.
Is that
Yes, I'll
different?
make a motion.
Is that different than leaving the
Motion.
hearing open for 10 days for written comment?
If you want to do that, we can then officially close after that
I second it.
10-day period.
You second? Okay.
There was a first.
Just a vote, please, on the,
I'm sorry?
it would be,
Has there been a motion made?
Yes.
yeah, they made a motion,
Motion's
second.
made,
And I seconded.
pending
Motion.
public comment tonight with written notice over the next 10 days.
Okay.
So it's held open for written comment?
Written comments for the next 10 days. That's typically what we always do, treating it like every
Yep.
other public hearing.
For how long?
Yeah, so it's 10 days.
days.
And so we'll do that. We'll do, typically the way we do it is we end it, and then we, again, keep it open for written comment for 10 days. At the end of that, then we would have a resolution to move forward, so.
That's fine.
All right, so vote, I guess, do we just do it, Eric, is it all in favor, or is it as a vote individually?
You want to do
Just
a
do
roll
a
call
voice
vote?
vote.
Yep, vote, please.
Okay, Woski,
Yes.
Merrifield?
Yes.
Kern?
Yes.
Rothwell?
Yes.
Halpin?
Yes, to close the hearing and leave it open, yep.
Right, this public
Thank you very
hearing
much.
has been
Thank you.
closed.
Good night.
Thank you.
I want to thank everybody for their things. Our next public hearing was scheduled to start at 6 o'clock. It is now 8:46. If you're going to leave our room, we do ask that you do it silently, as the next public hearing is important. To amend Chapter 301, Article, Eric, is that 17? Business F?
Excuse me. Give me 1 second. Yeah, that's 17.
17, Business F. And to begin us with that, we have our planner, Greg Bergman.
All right. Good evening. I'll wait for a second, and let everybody clear out.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Supervisor, members of the town board. For the record, my name is Greg Bergman, senior planner with the Riverhead Planning Department. The purpose of tonight's public hearing is to receive comment on proposed changes to the Business F Manufacturers Outlet Overlay zoning use district. The proposed changes were discussed at the town board work session on April 9th, and the resolution to schedule the hearing was adopted on May 5th. The proposed amendments to the Business F zoning use district are supported by the town's 2024 comprehensive plan update, which acknowledged the need to provide flexibility within the zoning code to enable businesses to experiment with new concepts, such as pop-up shops, restaurants, experiential retail, or mixed-use developments that include office space. The plan acknowledged that providing flexibility within the Business F district should strike a balance between supporting adaptation and ensuring that any changes align with broader land use goals and do not compromise public health, safety, or welfare. The plan also acknowledged that such changes are typically made with the involvement of property owners, businesses, and the community. To that end, the planning department has worked closely with Tanger's management to craft the proposed amendments in a way that they feel support their economic goals and in a way that we feel does not compromise public health, safety, or welfare. The substantive changes to the Business F zoning district are summarized as follows. We're going to strike the phase manufacturer's outlet from the title of the zoning district and the purpose section of the code. We're removing the single-story campus requirement, as there is already a maximum permitted height within the zoning use district, which would govern the height of buildings. We're removing the need for special permits to establish uses within the zoning district, which is an extra regulatory step for developers and business owners, and instead making potential redevelopment of the site a function of site plan review by the planning board. Most importantly, we're creating a broader list of permitted uses within the zoning district. Specifically permitted would be retail stores, personal services, banks, movie theaters, indoor recreation, which excludes motorcycle or ATV courses, raceways, or shooting ranges. We're allowing restaurants with or without drive-through windows, excluding drive-in restaurants. We're also allowing commercial video game centers and professional offices. We are removing previously specially permitted uses in the zoning district, which are very narrow in scope and prevented a meaningful reuse of vacant spaces. We're removing a number of uses in the accessory use section, as many of these uses are now being ported over to the permitted use section. And we are removing some of the prohibited uses, as some of those uses are now being made permitted uses. I will note for the board and the public's knowledge that even though there is a section in this zoning use district that calls out prohibited uses, that section is actually redundant, as the definition of permitted use within Town Code Section 301-3 states that any use which is not listed as a permitted, special exception, or accessory use shall be considered a prohibited use. I think it's just there to really call out and make explicitly clear those prohibited uses. And we are also amending certain development standards, including removing the ability for the reviewing board to relieve landscape requirements through site plan review. We are relaxing parking requirements, going from 1 parking stall per 200 square feet to 1 parking stall per 250 square feet, which is in line with our current retail parking requirements. And I'm adding the phrase substantially contiguous to the requirement for a landscaped area of a minimum of 25% of the total site. As part of these proposed amendments, there are no changes proposed to the dimensional regulations in the Business F zoning use district. So the proposal that's before you tonight would not result in any additional floor area beyond that which would already be permitted in the zoning district, and is really being put forth in an effort to allow for greater flexibility in reusing vacant space or potential redevelopment of the site to better suit the needs of new tenants. I will also note for the board that I received a letter of local determination from the Suffolk County Planning Commission, as referral to the zoning code is required under Suffolk County Administrative Code and New York General Municipal Law. So I apologize. I know it was a little bit of a lengthy recitation, but I feel like it's important for the board as well as members of the public. So with that said, I would open it up if there's any questions from the board or any member of the public.
Hi, yes. No dinner served, or here so long?
Oh, yeah, no, it's.
I was hoping you were going to get some.
I didn't get it. I just have a couple questions. I did not get to see the work session, so I know the height elevation is not being elevated, but they can now put a second story in, so will shops be allowed on the second story as well within the complex? So if somebody
Yes.
wanted to put some hairdressers or professional offices and things like that on the second story, that would be permissible. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, very good.
Greg's giving me the nod.
What was that?
I said Greg is giving me the nod.
Yeah,
I
okay.
did help work on this, so I'm aware, yeah.
All right. And I do think there is excess parking there, so I think reducing the parking dimensions, I think, is a very good idea. I think that we have that in a lot of places on 58. The other Question, the one thing I would question, and I think it, just because of the competitive nature of it, we do have a lot of drive-in services on Route 58 that do cull a lot of their business from the people that come to visit Tanger. And I think to add drive-in service there for restaurants, I don't think is an appropriate place to put it at Tanger. So I would just be something I would hope that you consider maybe not putting that in there, or limiting it to maybe one or two on the edges of the complex as opposed to within the complex itself. The other question that I had was just about the setback. I don't understand going from the 100 feet to the 35 feet. I'm not sure, is that all around the perimeter of Tanger, and what would be the purpose of limiting that? Because it is set back nicely, it is off the road, there is a lot of vegetation there, and I think it adds to the character, especially coming right into the town off of the expressway to see the greenery there. So I'm just wondering why that is, if I'm reading it correctly.
So for the board's knowledge, referencing one of the sections, currently says a landscaped front yard of a minimum of 100 feet. We're striking that, changing it to 35 feet, which is consistent with the entire Route 58 corridor. In terms of greenery off of the expressway, I mean, the existing buffer and the development of that Tanger site long predates any my involvement with the town. There is no 100-foot buffer along 58 once you get off the expressway. So it's done for the purposes of really being consistent. In terms of the Tanger property is unique in that it has two frontages. Obviously, you've got the frontage along 58, and you have the frontage along West Main Street, which is substantially heavily wooded. That is the purpose of adding that language for the substantially contiguous buffer, equal to 25% of the site. I did a rough calculation. That wooded area on the south end of the site is approximately, I think it was like 550,000 square feet roughly. The 25% calculation based on the overall site dimensions requires about 515,000 square feet. Any potential development would never encroach, that buffer needs to remain substantially contiguous. So that's why I'm putting that language in. So if there was any potential redevelopment, it would have to really be, relegated up closer to the existing developed area. So that substantially contiguous landscape buffer along West Main Street is going to stay. So when you travel along West Main Street, you're still going to see that, large wooded area with the Tanger driveway coming through the south side of the property.
Thanks, Craig. Is there anybody online? Nobody online? Sir, I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
Good evening, Martin Sinlewski, 215 Roanoke Avenue, Riverhead. I have a small handout. I got 6 copies that just illustrates the 2 questions I have, if I could hand them up.
Give it to that guy over there. He's a nice guy.
Thank you very much.
So the first handout that I have a copy here that I can sort of discuss. This is an aerial photograph of the Tanger properties, Tanger 1 and Tanger 2, and then there's the parcel in the middle, which is only the third parcel. That's the business F zoning. Obviously, Tanger 2 has a huge landscaped area with the salamander buffer, and Tanger 1 has a huge landscape area with the balance on Main Street for the DEC setback with wild and scenic rivers. And our site has a much less, doesn't have any restricted areas other than one small area in the back. The second page of that handout is a color site plan. We just got a site plan approved on this year. The question or recommendation is on the addition of the substantially contiguous landscaped area of 25%. Substantially contiguous, basically, it's subjective. There's no definition in the code as what substantially contiguous is. And since Tanger 1 and Tanger 2 have and always will have substantially contiguous property, And the property that we got the site plan approval of has the connection between Tanger 1 and Tanger 2, crossing over it, that's the orange stripe. We cannot achieve contiguous. So could you just consider taking that portion of the code change out? Because it's really moot. It always applies to 1 and 2 and can never apply to ours unless it's, we're going in for a site plan revision or something, and then it would become prejudicial because a big chunk of our site is cut off by Tanger's Cross easement. So if you could just consider removing that part of the change. The second one that I handed out has to do with the uses. I think the change is good, by the way. All of these changes make a lot of sense. The only thing that doesn't make sense, and I have a question for you, I handed up down in South Carolina, right near our place. This is a place called K1. It's an indoor kart racing place. Very family-oriented. It has party rooms. It has arcades. Families go there, bring kids there. There are clubs that have competition races there, and they're indoor karts, electric. I just don't understand, and the question is, on indoor recreation, why do you want to eliminate certain family-oriented indoor recreation? What's the reason?
But this wouldn't, because it allows indoor recreation, and it calls out what it doesn't allow, and it doesn't say you can't have go-karts.
Yeah, why?
Well, you just said you wanted go-karts.
Yes, but it says, which shall not.
Did I miss something?
It says indoor recreation, which shall not include motorcycle or ATV courses, raceways, or gunfire.
Yeah, but you know what, and raceways, and that's a really good point. To me, I'm fine with go-kart. I don't think, let Greg answer it, because let's blame him for everything.
So the language from that was honestly take the existing, the way the existing Business F code says, talks about accessory uses, indoor and outdoor recreational areas. Whatever reason, I didn't draft the prior revision, but it says indoor and outdoor recreation shall not include motorcycle or ATV courses. I personally would have no issue if there was a electric go-kart track. I've seen there was one out in Farmingdale that I went to. Those things probably go like 40 miles an hour. It's like hair raising. I'd have no issue. I mean, I don't think that would be a substantive amendment that if we struck raceways. I mean, motorcycle and ATV courses, I think, are a different beast, but if there was an electric go-kart track, I'd have no issue with that. So if the board would be amenable, I have no issue striking raceways.
I don't think to me, it's not a raceway, it's an indoor amusement.
Yeah,
Much different. A raceway.
Just to remove any sort of, confusion or any potential interpretation, I'd have no issue with that. To Mr. Senlewski's other point, the substantially contiguous buffer, obviously the piece in the middle, what I'll refer to as the Juris Specchio piece, has a final site plan approval that was approved by the planning board last year. That approval is good for 3 years with the possibility of one extension. So, I mean, by no stretch of the imagination would we go and apply a new code amendment to an existing site that's already received final site plan approval. So if they wanted to construct that site pursuant to their final approved site plan, I don't want to use the term vested, but I think they have enough skin in the game and they've received an approval that we would be hard pressed to not issue a building permit for that site. So I don't see how their site would be affected. In the event that they come in for a completely different plan, I think we address it at that point. And to his point, there is no definition of substantially contiguous, but when there is no definition, when a term is not explicitly defined in our code, you typically refer to the generally accepted definition. So substantially contiguous, again, obviously if there's a roadway in between it, you have to kind of give them a little leeway for that, existing condition.
Thanks, Greg.
Bring on the go-karts, Tanger people.
Thank you. I just wanted to add that if it's not applicable, substantially contiguous, I don't understand why it would be in there at all. It doesn't apply to any of the 3 sites. And with the recreation, if you just leave indoor recreation, there are so many things that we aren't even thinking of that could be indoor recreation. you're eliminating some very particular. I don't understand why. What, I mean, ultimately, it's your decision. You 5 people are the one that are deciding to limit indoor recreation. Why would you do that? It's because ultimately, it's your decision. It's not a code revision or recommendations. You hear all the information, you give it the hard look, and when you adopt the law, you, 5 people adopt the law, that will be your decision to limit certain recreation uses. I just don't understand why you do that. So I'd hope that when you take a vote, you'd request that these amendments be made, or at least consider them, because ultimately it's your decision. Thank you.
Good evening, Joan, Cear, and Jamesport. Just 2 things. I would discourage you from allowing drive-through restaurants, takeout, whatever, or retail there, because when I drive through there, people are like in another zone, like, oh, look, there's our money. And you're driving through and people are not paying attention to where they're walking. And I just think that a drive-through restaurant or a drive-through coffee or whatever it is, I just think it's a bad idea in that location because I really feel like the shoppers are just not paying attention to where they're walking through the parking lots. And then cars are cutting through parking lots, through spaces. And so I just think drive-through is a bad idea there. And then the other thing is reducing the green area, the buffer zone from 100 feet to 35 feet. That specifically contradicts recommendations in the 2024 Comprehensive Plan update to increase the green space in shopping center parking lots. It's a specific recommendation in the 2024 Comp Plan to have fewer parking spaces and more green space. So to reduce the buffer zones, it seems like it contradicts the Comprehensive Plan update, and so I would ask you to eliminate that from this proposed resolution, rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you so much for all your comments. Is there anyone online? Nope. All right, with that said, I believe we don't have anyone else in the room that's going to make a comment, so we will close this hearing and leave it open again for 10 days for written comment. All righty, and then our next public hearing.
Can I just ask,
you can.
Councilor Howard, just if we were to make an amendment like to adjust recreational use or whatever there, if we're doing it, does that mean we have to call for another public hearing? Or to what extent can we amend without having, like?
Yeah, it would have to be a significant change to the proposed law. I think what should happen is, there was a couple different comments about various things. Maybe some discussion happens about what, if anything, is going to be taken from those comments and then put into the law, if anything, and then make a determination from there as to whether it would warrant a renewed public hearing.
So
I just didn't know, like, without closing it, is it something that we can address now or just?
I mean, I not to step on Councilor Howard, but I mean, we'll typically leave this open for written comment. I would probably recommend to the board, let's receive that written comment. If the board's amenable, we'll bring it back for a work session for a discussion. Again, removing raceway and making any, I don't personally think anything we heard tonight is substantive or a major change, a wholesale change that would warrant another public hearing, but.
That's what I'm just checking, because
I would
I think they need help up there, so I'm just looking not to prolong the process.
Right, so because we're talking about specific uses, I'd want to look into maybe some research as to what would constitute a substantial change, and whether that would be, whether we'd be required to renotice it. Alternatively, we could adopt it and then subsequently amend it, which might be faster.
that's the quickest way to do it.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you,
Let's do
just
it that
curious.
way.
Thank you both. Good question. So,
went into a motor-
with that one closed and a 10-day window still open for written comment, our next hearing was scheduled at 6:05. It is 9:06, public hearing to amend Chapter 301, Part 3, supplemental regulations. Counselor Howard?
Thank you. All right, this is in addition to Section 301-283, relative to the decommissioning plan and fees for commercial solar energy systems. This amendment is intended to is intended to add a hazard materials fee that's going to be associated with any battery energy storage project. The fee is going to be 1% of the cost of the decommissioning fund, which is calculated in the course of the project's approval by the town's consulting engineer or the town engineer. That fee will be 1% of that decommissioning fund, and the hazardous materials fee will be a dedicated fund for the fire marshal and the hazmat teams to acquire equipment, train, pre-planning to assess and mitigate hazards associated with the decommissioning of the storage systems or commercial energy production systems.
Is this fee up front, or is
Yes.
this something that happens?
It's going to be paid
Prior to the issuance of the building
prior to the
permit.
issuance of the building permit. So it would be most likely set forth in a site plan approval resolution as a condition of approval.
So what happens if something happens in 10 years on a site like this, and
That's what the decommissioning fund would be. So the consulting engineer is going to assess the project and come up with a fee that correlates to the cost that they think it would be to take everything away
so
and
he's
restore the
taking
property to its
CPI
natural
into
state.
account and building it out?
That I don't know exactly how the
I'm curious,
consulting engineer
what
would
his
come up with that. What this is intended to do is recognize that decommissioning project fee, the entire cost of it, assess 1% of it as being dedicated to the town's fire marshals for, in furtherance of the hazmat team. So any kind of equipment training, et cetera.
So to clarify this, because we bond for decommissioning, so we have a project, they have to bond money, have in place, should the project need to be decommissioned. Just now, you're adding a non-refundable fee, they're gonna pay this, because it says that, that the fire marshal hazmat team is gonna utilize this money, so
Correct.
that's not, so
Yeah,
we're not
this is-
bonding in case of a hazmat, you're,
This is in addition to that. So the way they came up with this was to take whatever data-based figure that decommissioning fund is determined to be by the consulting engineer, taking 1% of that. So if it is $100, you're going to take $1, and that's going to be paid to the town, and it's going to go into a dedicated fund for the fire marshal to acquire hazmat vehicles, the uniforms, the cleaning of the uniforms,
Training.
the radiation wands.
this has
Things like
been researched, because it just seems like, it's almost like if somebody gives you a security deposit, and now you're agreeing to spend part of that security deposit. This is
It's separate from the security deposit. The security deposit is for the ultimate decommissioning of the site. So in 10 or 15 years, when everything is obsolete and they want to remove it, they're not just going to leave it there for us to clean up. That decommissioning fund is then used, ostensibly to make sure that the structures are removed and the property is remediated.
Yeah, but when they do all that, they get their bonded money back, but just saying that.
Yeah, the bond would
this
be
is money
released.
that they're not getting back.
Correct.
Right.
This would be a one-time fee in furtherance of whatever impacts the town might have through its fire marshal's office as a result of having these storage systems in the town. So it would fill a funding gap for the hazmat personnel and equipment that's required because of the existence of these types of storage systems.
Any other questions from anybody up here? Okay, good.
Hi, Talkie Church and Greater Callerton Civic Association. So I came in here and I needed these. It's now thundering out there. So everybody who's drinking water who hasn't left the room, I commend you. I just want to find out from this proposal, is this for brand new projects that we haven't seen yet, or is this retroactive to all the ones we already have?
This won't have a retroactive effect, so it'll be effective as of the date of adoption.
So it applies to both solar, right, ground solar and BESS, yeah?
Yes.
How much more are we anticipating? I understand the reasoning for having something like this. It would have been fantastic when Nextera was lobbying to do those 200 acres. I'm happy to hear it's happening, but it doesn't seem to be effective to what we already have. We have over, however, 600 square acres in Calverton that are not being protected by this.
I think the driving force of this is the battery energy storage systems and the enhanced fire protection and hazmat services that might be required because of failures of those.
Okay, so this is predominantly to answer best, but you're including solar in case
Correct.
that still happens.
Those two systems are together in the code.
Sometimes they are, and as you see, sometimes they aren't, right?
Right.
And just out of a sense, because I know we have 600 acres of solar, but how many more acres do we have in Riverhead that are potentially best developable? Do we have a number?
Well, I do understand,
know that number.
I think that for tonight's hearing, I guess if you want to answer, if you know that, Eric, but we could, yeah.
It's predicated on substations.
Yeah, substation.
You know, like proximity to substations when you're talking about BESS. So, and whether the wire is there. I don't know the answer. We'd have to try to talk to the town engineer and see if he knows.
It is a good idea to do, but I feel like the cow is already out of the barn, the door's shut. I know there's a small percentage of possibility this is going to happen. It's just, I'm just not seeing it would have been great to have had this many years ago so that when we were going through those processes through planning department, that was part of the hearings that we were in for those projects. I commend you for doing it now. I just a little.
The good news is that we have been requiring that these people putting in these systems, do put up money for equipment for the hazmat team, or for the fire departments. So it's not like this has been ignored.
Yeah, you're adding a different fee. I understand. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Doug.
So that's why I just want to get full clarification on this. So we've had other projects, so we have our own CVE project going up in the solar. They went ahead and they paid funding to Riverhead Fire Department who requested certain items. And so they gave that funding. So now you're doing, in addition to them meeting the requirements and the requests of the fire department, you're still asking for an additional fund to a hazmat team. Mike, then my secondary question to that would be, is we had a very serious fire up at Crown, which many, including myself, spent hours up there fighting that fire, and then we billed them for Crown, and Crown paid for services rendered for equipment that was utilized fighting that fire. So when you do this 1%, are you then making them exempt from paying what potentially could be a larger figure for cost of services rendered?
No. So those fees are in connection with an emergency that actually occurs, right? This fund is intended to supplement additional services that the town needs to either acquire by way of equipment or train by way of personnel that we don't currently have, but now we're going to have because we've determined that we need it due to these types of battery energy systems, right? So we already had the recycling center, and they had a fire there, and we had something in the code that allowed us to bill them for services in connection with that specific emergency event.
I just want to make sure we're not opening ourselves up to litigation and somebody says, well, I already paid the 1% I gave the town for the hazmat team, so therefore I shouldn't have to pay when the actual event comes, which I assume would be a lot larger bill. So I just don't know if we're
Yeah, I mean, I think
misconstruing a
I think
precedent, you know what I mean?
sufficiently different in that if a fire does occur, you have the fire department going there for a day or 2 days, and you have fire marshals there with the hazmat team. They're using equipment that then has to be cleaned. They may be using materials. They're using other equipment that then may be, damaged or whatever in the course of whatever their activities are there. So that's already in there, in that we bill them for that. This addresses the lack of equipment that we have now to respond to those things in the first place.
No one online? Anyone else have a comment in our room or at our days?
I'm good.
Okay, with that said, if there's no other public comment, we'll leave that, this hearing open for 10 days for written comment, closed. After that, let me bring it around. Our next public hearing was scheduled for 6:10. It is a public hearing to amend Chapter 293, Shellfish and Finfish. And again, I believe Counselor Howard.
Yes, this one is relatively straightforward. This regulates the restrictions on taking of shellfish and finfish and permit fees. We are amending subsection B of section 42 of chapter 293. Currently, there is no fee. We are implementing a $10 fee. And then shellfish taken by temporary residents, they typically currently have to apply for and obtain a temporary resident permit. That fee was $15 for up to 15 days. We're amending that to $50 for up to 30 days.
All right, so we're missing a dollar sign on that 50, right? So I'm
Yes.
fine, anyway.
It's not crossed out in front of the 30.
No.
It's true, it's not.
It's still
Need
there.
an eagle eye.
Still there.
What happened?
Oh, it's in front of the 30.
All right.
Good, try to trip me up.
He's trying to say.
Is there a public, I'm sorry, did you get the full explanation out? I just want to make sure.
That is the full explanation.
Any other comments on the days? I don't want to.
No.
Anyone in the room would like to make a comment? I can see everybody's got the shellfish, finfish excitement.
They
Buzz.
bring their poles for going
All right, with that said, we'll close the public hearing, keep it open for 10 days for written comment, the same thing. Thank you all for bearing with us. Our next public hearing was scheduled for 6:10. It is now 9:19. And our public hearing to amend Chapter 231, Article 4 of fire prevention.
Okay,
Sorry.
so in retrospect, this probably should have preceded the Chapter 301 public hearing, because I think the purpose that we're adding to Chapter 231 here helps explain what we did in Chapter 301. The purpose and intent, it is recognized that battery energy storage systems and commercial solar energy system installations present unique hazardous materials risks and decommissioning challenges, whether planned or as a result of fire, explosion, or other emergency incidents. The purpose of this section is to establish a hazardous materials fee to support preparedness, response, and mitigation capabilities within the town of Riverhead. And it goes on to establish the 1% fee that we spoke about a few minutes ago in Chapter 301, and it sets forth the purposes for the funds. They include acquisition of specialized hazardous materials response equipment, training of personnel in the identification, assessment, containment, and mitigation of hazards associated with battery energy storage system and commercial solar energy systems, development of pre-incident planning, response protocols and risk assessments, support of emergency response operations related to hazardous materials incidents involving such systems. And it goes on to say that the fee will be administered by the fire marshal's office, and that no CO will be issued for the operation until the fee has been paid. And that is where it ends.
Thank you, Counselor. Any comments from our council members or questions in the room? Anyone would like to speak online? Let's see. Pretty straightforward. Okay, well, I will, once again, close this public hearing, keep it open for 10 days for written comment. And that finishes our last public hearing for the night. And we will be moving to our comments on resolutions. If you have a comment on a resolution, if you come to, I think I'm number 1 too, but thanks, guys. All right, yes, ma'am.
Hi, Patrice again. Could I get some clarity on number 54? Is it authorize the settlement of legal action by Patrick Gugliotta against the town of Riverhead? When I read the resolution, I didn't understand the nature of the case. Could just shed a little light on that?
Oh, I know.
So it was a personal injury case filed against the town that we are settling.
Okay, thanks.
Well, if we have one online, you can go ahead. You can make your way up. Yeah, I didn't see you, I'm sorry.
I think my name is Debbie Nidal. I'm from Aquebogue. I think it's resolution number 51 for YMCA. correct? So I have a statement I'm going to read. Good evening, town supervisors and members of the board. My name is Debbie Neidel. I'm a proud lifelong resident for Riverhead for more than 30 years. I've been deeply committed to serving and strengthening our community through my work with several nonprofit entities that represent a variety of human service agencies here in the town. Now serving as the Chief Development Officer for the YMCA Long Island, I am honored to address you this evening on behalf of Ann Bridges, our President and CEO, to present and support an opportunity to further strengthen Riverhead community. Tonight, we respectfully request your support for Resolution 2026520 that authorizes the town supervisor to enter into a letter of intent that provides the YMCA of Long Island with initial site control to commence the process for adaptive reuse of the former New York State Armory property at 1405 Old Country Road. This is a well-constructed, utilized town asset that will become vital and more valuable located next to a populated town park. This is a vital first step for the YMCA to move forward with requests for funding and approvals necessary to establish a YMCA community service hub for the Riverhead residents. This proposal is a result in years of careful study, thoughtful planning, and meaningful community engagement. We have worked diligently to ensure this project is timely, programming meets identified community needs, and the town Y, because this will be a town Y, remains both sustainable and financially secure contributor to the Riverhead community for many years to come. Approving this resolution will be a direct response to urgent public health, wellness, and fitness needs by promoting aging well in place for our growing senior population, enhancing educational program for youth, parents, and families, and creating a true community hub, a welcoming and inclusive center where neighbors of all ages can come together for fitness, wellness, learning, public safety, and most importantly, connection. The YMCA of Long Island's investment is in this community hub will drive economic growth and job creation, generating new opportunities for residents and supporting Riverhead's long-term commitment to vitality, safety, and community. With more than 175 years of experience, our YMCA, and the National YMCA is more than just a building. We are the heart of many communities. The YMCA of Long Island is truly dedicated to being a responsible and collaborative partner with the town of Riverhead, committed to ensuring this project delivers lasting benefits and a brighter future for all who call Riverhead home. I personally want to thank you for your consideration and time on this.
What a tremendous asset this will be for the town. And somebody spoke earlier about that armory being a blighted building, and what a great repurpose of that.
That's right. Yeah, we're excited. Thank you.
Long time coming.
One online. We have one person
You had
online.
to wait all that time to say that.
Somebody's online?
Yes.
You jumped ship on us.
Oh, he gets to go home and go to bed.
John, you can hear us. You can speak. Go ahead, buddy.
There should be a rule.
There. I don't think you can hear us.
No.
John.
5 more.
Maybe he's getting sleepy.
Sorry, I'm here. We had only one car and different schedules, so. Let me get the real video. All right, sorry, this is just a clarification on the resolution for the June 10th meeting to discuss the hotel project. What are the parameters of your decision at that meeting, at that hearing? I mean, if, for instance, 100 people showed up and said, we think this is a bad idea and you should go back to the drawing boards and
John, what
leave the space
resolution are you
open.
talking about?
Some of the one for
The resolution
to move
for
the
the
public
June
hearing
10th.
for the
501.
501? Thank you.
Sorry, I don't have my paper in front of me. Anyway, the question is,
Calling for a public hearing.
is this an open process in that hearing that if you heard that the community really did not want a hotel in that space, do you have the legal authority to go backwards on this and reconsider it? Or is it basically a technical hearing on whatever the permit is, as opposed to that. Yeah, I assume also this hearing will not get into the question of the IDA issue, which I'm sure is also going to be very controversial, or I don't know, maybe it can. Can this hearing also consider objection to them going for IDA? What are the parameters of what that hearing will cover?
So this is a
Or is
hearing.
able to do?
This is intended to be a hearing on their special permit application and site plan application. So there are factors set forth in Chapter 301. I forget exactly which section. I think it's 313. Sets forth the criteria for a special permit. And then there is criteria set forth for site plan review as well in Chapter 301. And so the intention would be to limit this public hearing to information and comment on those criteria set forth in the code.
Thank you, Counselor.
You're doing too legalistic for me.
Well,
Can
it's intended to
people
be.
argue for reconsidering the project?
I mean, it's a public hearing, so, it really should be focused on comment related to the criteria associated with special permits and site plan. So it's, the use itself is already a special permit use in the zoning use district, and the town board has already entered into a master developer agreement that provides for the submission of an application for this use.
Hopefully that answered your question, Mr. McCullough. Thank you for your comment.
Not entirely, but I will try and think about what he's saying and
Okay.
try and get some legal advice about it. Thank you.
Is there anyone else online? No one else? Anyone else in there? Okay, comments on resolution? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Sorry. Make your way.
Alter the path
Good evening, Barbara Blast, Jamesport. I have a couple of comments on resolutions 507, 508, and the comments address process, not the merits of the application. I was just originally looking at the original copy of the resolutions that referred to the EPCAL Motorsports Park and the EPCAL Motorsports Park 2027 Summer Classic. So I have these comments about that. The first, this has been a recurring special events since 2021, and there have been a material expansion in the number of events, the type of events, the projected attendance, and even the actual area being utilized. The resolutions approve special events that are taking place for more than a year from now, and my question is, at what point does this activity lose its Type 2 classification as a temporary use under seeker? Just a question. And then I was drawn, again, the original resolutions that were in the packet utilized the words EPCAL Motorsports Park, and I didn't know if that was a thing, so I Googled it, and a logo came up and a description about this EPCAL Motorsports Park 2027 Summer Classic events, and it appeared that Racetrack Knott Street is rebranding itself, and that's wonderful for them, but also this logo has all the markings of a permanence, a sense of permanence, labeling itself as part of the EPCAL site, which further begs the question of its temporary use classification. To my knowledge, there's no copyright or trademark associated with the name EPCAL, but are there any other legal questions raised by the marketing of the events occurring at the EPCAL Motorsports Park? We don't know what impact this may have on the town's own marketing of the site. Is the reference to the EPCAL Motorsports Park a de facto rebranding of the town's property? So I only put these things out there. I don't even know. I appreciate, Eric and I actually had some communication about this, and that's why the titles of the resolutions have been changed to remove those words. So I appreciate that. But the fiscal statement was not completely amended, number C.
Yeah.
contains that language. But I only put that out there as if, to ask if there's any concern about the utilization of EBCAL in connection with the motorsports park. We're marketing the property, hopefully, and I don't know if there's any impact that may take place. Yes, Bob?
Helping us out. He's got the word EPCAL out there. You know, it's like Southampton. How many things happen in Southampton? Southampton this, Southampton that.
I just throw it out there for
But I
your
love it.
consideration.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Glad you brought that up.
Yeah, so I just have a couple comments to respond to that. In terms of whether it's a type 2 action or not, typically every year, either Jeff Seaman or myself does have communication with the DEC about the continued events there, and they haven't ever raised any objections about the scope and the nature of what's happening. There was a request. There was a request to expand the season into bird nesting season. That obviously didn't go forward. That's really, I mean, at this point, one thing that I would possibly think would change the secret classification. To Ms. Blass's point, she did email me. I did speak with Mr. Scalzo about the use of the term EPCAL Motor Sports Park. In my view, it's probably not totally accurate to use that term in reference to the property. So that's what I conveyed to Mr. Scalzo.
Peter Scalzo, the promoter of Racetrack, not Street, at EPCAL. And Eric did correct me. We did put that out there. And so we are removing the EPCAL Motorsports Park, and we're going to go back to Racetrack, not Street, at EPCAL. You're welcome. Thank you. And yes, I've been trying every year to try to go during bird nesting season, and I never give up. However, like the counselor says, we don't want to get into that headache with secret and takes permit, et cetera, et cetera. So we are wanting to continue, we're happy to be able to continue to do what we do, and looking forward to the 2027 season because we want to continue to make some improvements out there. Thank you.
And I'll just say that separate and apart from the resolutions approving the special permit applications, every year we do a license agreement that includes more detailed guidelines that are going to be followed for use of the property.
And you're tough. That's right. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, Dr. Durchin on the same matter. Two questions. Number one, there's 2 nighttime races going until 10:30. Were there other races that ran at night in previous years, in this year and previous years? Like one or two of them?
Yes, usually the Saturday night events.
So there's only 2 in this next one for 27 that I saw, right? That go to 10:30? Oh, no, wait a minute.
There's 2 resolutions.
Yeah, one's for the championship and one's for the classic.
So if I recall correctly, the summer ones are the ones that go later, and then the fall ones are the ones that end earlier.
Has the number changed in the amount of races that go at night?
That I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. I would have to look at prior year applications.
She asked if the number changed, so.
Yeah, if you want me to record it, I gotta hear you. So,
What?
I can't hear a thing.
Oh, I'm
he
sorry, did the
said
number
so.
change? Am I waiting or no?
I think the gentleman.
Yes, but-
I mean, I could
Yeah,
I
I thought you
could
were
be able to
waiting
pull
for him.
them all
Sorry, I
up.
thought you were going to say something else. Sorry.
I can answer that. We're going into our 6th season, and every season has been the same. Our summer classics have always been at night because we run starting in August, and it is still hot. So we typically ran 4 Saturday night events for the last 5 years, and we're doing the same for 2026.
Separate question. What's on the resolution tonight for those 2 resolutions is the special event application fee, correct?
Correct.
Not the contract.
No, there's a separate license fee.
Okay. And have we been, when you have an event, like if you have the Mosaic Street Fair, right? It's a one-day event, right? So now we're looking at Racetrack Not Street as having 2-day events, not just twice, but they're having multiple weekends. So we're looking at something like, I don't know, something on the order of under 20, but greater than 10. And we're calling that as one event and calling it a special permit event. Does that
Yeah, I
make
believe the
sense?
language of 255 allows for multiple dates for a special event.
It does, okay.
Yes.
And just, could you speak briefly to the contract? I know it's not on the resolution, but just to give me background on the charges. Are they the same as they've been, or is there any changes to it?
We've typically done 2,500 per race day.
Per race day?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, and that's staying the same?
Oh, did we send it, we
Again, he said
increase
it.
What?
Did we increase it last year, Pete?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I believe we started at 2,500, then we went to 3,000. And when we do a 2-day event, then the town is giving me a break at $2,500 per event. In addition, what we also do is we pay a storage rental fee for the equipment that's left there throughout even though we don't run, but all the months that we don't run through the winter, we pay a storage fee for that.
Right.
Well, thank you both for your comments. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
I don't think we have anybody online. And so with that said, we'll be closing our comments for resolutions. We'll be moving the resolutions. Bob did say he'll be right back.
I was gonna say, the only line I wanna get on is the bathroom line at this point.
Okey
We're
dokey.
gonna take a 1-hour recess for dinner.
Can we take a 5-minute break?
At midnight?
10:30.
All right. So
I think we gotta wait for Bob to vote.
we do. So he's going to be a second. So if anybody else would like to leave the room.
All those Boy Scouts today and all now Eagle Scouts graduated
I
college
guess, yeah.
tonight.
Because if I don't, I'm going to anyway.
Okay. We have another
straggler.
excuse for a minute.
Everybody's leaving.
There's only one whole pass at a time.
Sure, that'd be great. Can we,
Yes.
first, can I get a motion to take a recess 5 minutes?
So moved.
Second? No?
No, yeah, we don't need it. I
Keep
don't need
going.
it.
I just keep going.
Okay.
You can get up and go to the bathroom.
Oh, I don't have to. They just asked me if I wanted to. I was trying to be nice, so. Good. But thank you. That was very nice.
I'm not gonna keep you from that.
You know what will happen is they'll come back. Should have gone when you had the shot. That sounds pretty good.
Dig into this now.
Yes,
for
go
dinner.
ahead,
Been staring at it for 3 hours.
I just need to stand for a second. Stood up too. Stand up.
Denise get all the Reese cups. I said, how did Denise get all the Reese cups?
It's humid. My sinuses. Breathing in something.
Of course.
We have to get these cleaned. They're like,
Oh, is it? Is it bad? All right. Put a note in. We know.
get those like wiped down. They're like, oh,
Tomorrow.
yeah.
Develop the Richie Downs issue.
I'm happy.
Good idea. We should probably clean those.
I could have told you that.
Me and Bob are like often.
Yesterday too. I said, that's lost again tonight.
I think the return's supposed to be that close to it.
Against the Mets, there was an inside the park grand
Told you.
Well, the good news is we'll be back here tomorrow at 10 a.m., so you can come back for a work session.
We might.
We might.
Bob coming back?
Can we check on him to make, just to
He
make?
wasn't in the downstairs one, he was.
He's probably eating a.
No, he said he had to get
That's right.
medicine.
Yes, he probably went upstairs and got some of those cookies.
He's getting cold medicine.
Okay.
I have my pancakes from Olga.
Pass them down.
Pass it down, what?
Do you want one?
Sounds like maybe it's a little.
Joanne, you want a Reese's peanut
Yeah,
butter?
thank you. You want a Reese's?
I know, I'm good.
Energy boost.
Gotta hold out till dinner. If I eat something else, we're hungry.
Maybe we can vote without him,
Walking on sunshine.
correct? Maybe move forward. He's upstairs.
Oh, yeah.
Where'd everybody go?
I'll second for Bob.
Okay.
He's in something
Okay.
private.
All right.
Ambulance district budget adjustment to fund RVAC 2026 budget, so moved.
Seconded,
Vote, please.
Okay, let me change the second here. Woski?
yes.
Merrifield?
Yes.
Rothwell?
Yes.
Halpin?
Yes.
Resolution, let me just mark this.
I'll read this one. Budget adjustment for the removal of weeds, yard waste, litter, garbage, refuse, rubbish upon the premises known as 219 Hubbard Avenue, Riverhead, New York. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
You guys are so far ahead of me here. Woski?
Yes.
Merrifield?
Yes.
Rothwell?
Kern's here. Shout out Kern first.
Halpin?
Yes.
Kern?
Yes.
Oh, look at that.
Did you say yes?
Okay, resolution number 3, which is 472.
Town of Riverhead 202B, Biosolids Project Bond Authorization. So moved.
Seconded,
Vote, please.
Woski?
yes.
Merrifield?
Yes.
Kern?
Yes.
Rothwell?
Yes.
Halpin?
Yes, sir.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 473.
Sewer District Capital Project Number 82210, budget adjustment for biosolids facilities, so moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski?
Yes.
Merrifield?
Yes.
Kern?
Yes.
Rothwell?
Yes.
Halpin?
Yes, sir.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 474.
Sewer District Capital Project 82611, 1575 Old Country Road, budget adoption, so moved.
Second.
Vote, please.
Woski?
Yes.
Merrifield?
Yes.
Kern?
Yes.
Rothwell?
Yes.
Halpin?
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 475.
Ratifies removal and auction sale of fixed assets, so moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski?
Yes.
Merrifield?
Yes.
Kern?
Yes.
Rothwell?
Yes.
Halpin?
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 476.
Authorizes removal of fixed assets. So moved.
Seconded,
Vote, please.
Woski?
yes.
Merrifield?
Yes.
Kern?
Yes.
Rothwell?
Have any idea how much money we're going to get for the VCR?
Yeah.
Yes.
Halpin?
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 477.
Authorizes purchase of Massey Ferguson tractor for Highway Department, so moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski?
Yes.
Merrifield?
Yes.
Kern?
Yes.
Rothwell?
Yes.
Halpin?
Yes.
Resolution's adopted. Resolution 478.
Approves the attendance of one police department employee to attend a seminar, so moved.
Second.
Vote, please.
Woski?
Yes.
Merrifield?
Yes.
Kern?
Yes.
Rothwell?
Yes.
Halpin?
Yes, sir.
Resolution's adopted. Resolution 479.
Authorizes personnel employees to attend a seminar, so moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski?
Yes.
Merrifield?
Yes.
Kern?
Yes.
Rothwell?
Yes.
Halpin?
Yes, sir.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 480.
Appoint seasonal personnel to the Recreation Department. So moved.
Seconded,
Vote, please.
Woski?
yes.
Merrifield?
Yes.
Kern?
Yes.
Rothwell?
Yes.
Halpin?
Yes.
Resolution's adopted. Resolution 481.
Ratifies the reappointment of a seasonal pump-out boat operator, so moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
All right. Woski?
Yes.
Merrifield?
Yes.
Kern?
Yes.
Rothwell?
Yes.
Halpin?
Yes.
Resolution's adopted. Resolution 482.
Ratifies the appointment of a call-in bus driver to the Recreation Department, so moved.
Second.
Vote, please.
Woski?
Yes.
Merrifield?
Yes.
Kern?
Yes.
Rothwell?
Yes.
Halpin?
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 483.
Approves a temporary part-time account clerk, so moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski?
Yes.
Merrifield?
Yes.
Kern?
Yes.
Rothwell?
Yes.
Halpin?
Yes, sir.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 484.
Appoints public safety dispatchers to the Police Department. So moved.
Seconded,
Vote, please.
Woski?
yes.
Merrifield?
Yes.
Kern? Yes. Rothwell?
Yes.
Halpin?
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 485.
Appoints a maintenance mechanic to the Water District. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski?
Yes.
Merrifield?
Yes.
Kern?
Yes.
Rothwell?
Yes.
Halpin?
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 486.
Appoints a student intern 2 to the town attorney office. So moved.
Second.
Vote, please.
Woski?
Yes.
Merrifield?
Yes.
Kern?
Yes.
Rothwell?
Yes.
Halpin?
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 487.
Provisionally appoints a youth counselor. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski?
Yes.
Merrifield?
Yes.
Kern?
Yes.
Rothwell?
Yes.
Halpin?
Yes, sir.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 488.
Ratifies the termination of an employee. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski?
Yes.
Merrifield?
Yes.
Kern?
Yes.
Rothwell?
Yes.
And Halpin?
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 489.
Accepts the resignation of a maintenance mechanic 2. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski?
Yes.
Merrifield?
Yes.
Kern?
Yes.
Rothwell?
Yes.
Halpin?
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 490.
Requires all town board meetings done by 10 p.m. So moved.
What?
No.
No? Ratifies and accepts the retirement of a youth counselor. Seen who's awake out there. So moved.
Second.
Vote, please.
Woski?
Yes.
Merrifield?
Yes.
Kern?
Yes.
Rothwell?
Yes.
Halpin?
Yes, sir.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 491.
Reappoints Frank Pettitrigani to the Recreation Advisory Department. And Frank, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name.
Certainly did.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski?
Yes.
Merrifield?
Yes.
Kern?
Yes.
Rothwell?
Yes.
Halpin?
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 492.
Reappoints George Gabrielson to the Recreation Advisory Committee. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski?
Yes.
Merrifield?
Yes.
Kern?
Yes.
Rothwell?
Yes.
Halpin?
Yes, sir.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 493.
Reappoints Rose Sanders to the Recreation Advisory Committee. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski?
Yes.
Merrifield?
Yes.
Kern?
Yes.
Rothwell?
Yes.
Halpin?
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 494.
Reappoints Monique Parsons to the Recreation Advisory Committee. So moved.
Second.
Vote, please.
Woski?
Yes.
Merrifield?
Yes.
Kern?
Yes.
Rothwell?
Yes.
Halpin?
Yes, sir.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 495.
Reappoint Shannon Reese to the Recreation Advisory Committee. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski?
Yes.
Merrifield?
Yes.
Kern?
Yes.
Rothwell?
Yes.
Halpin?
Yes, sir.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 496.
Reappoints Marjorie Acevedo to the Recreation Advisory Committee. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski?
Yes.
Merrifield?
Yes.
Kern?
Yes.
Rothwell?
Yes.
Halpin?
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 497.
Reappoints Dwayne Eliezer to the Recreation Advisory Committee. So moved.
You're fading out down there. Seconded.
What?
Vote,
You're
please.
fading out. Yeah.
Horrible.
Woski?
Yes.
Merrifield?
Yes.
Kern?
Yes.
Rothwell?
Yes.
Halpin?
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. I got a second one here I got to get out of, though. All right, resolution number 498.
Men's Resolution 2026-305, appointing Joe Oliver to the Parking District Advisory Committee. So moved.
Second.
Vote, please.
Woski?
Yes.
Merrifield?
Yes.
Kern?
Yes.
Rothwell?
Yes.
Halpin?
Yes, sir.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 499.
Extends bid for annual fire and security alarm systems. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski?
Yes.
Merrifield?
Yes.
Kern?
Yes.
Rothwell?
Yes.
Halpin?
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 500.
Authorizes the town clerk to publish and post a request for qualifications for engineering services for installation of water mains and it's getting late, appurtenances for boundary extensions numbers 95, 96, and 97 Riverhead Water District. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Okay, Woski?
Yes.
Merrifield?
Yes.
Kern?
Yes.
Rothwell?
Yes.
And Halpin?
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 501.
Would you mind reading that for me?
Authorizes town clerk to publish and post notice for public hearing for the special permit and site plan application entitled Peconic River Hotel, 117 to 217 East Main Street, Riverhead, New York. P.O. Suffolk County Tax Map numbers 600-129-1, 13, 14, and 15, and P.O. Suffolk County Tax Map number 600-128-6, 86.1. So moved.
Second.
Vote, please.
Change my move this.
Yeah, he's got to
Woski,
Yes, sorry, I just want to save what's left.
Merrifield,
Yes.
Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell,
Yes.
and Halpin.
Yes, sir.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 502.
Adopts a local law to amend Chapter 279 of the Riverhead Town Code titled Taxation, Article 8, Exemption for Volunteer Firefighters and Volunteer Ambulance Workers. So moved.
Well deserved. Second.
Vote, please.
Okay, Woski,
Yes,
Merrifield.
Yes.
Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Halpin.
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 503.
Adopts a local law to amend Chapter 273 of the Riverhead Town Code titled Solid Waste, Article 5, General Provisions Applicable to Solid Waste for All Properties and Uses. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski,
yes,
Merrifield.
Yes.
Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Halpin.
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 504.
Acceptance of Environmental Protection Fund Grant Award through the New York State Office of Parks, Recreation, and Historic Preservation. So moved.
seconded,
Vote, please.
Woski,
yes,
Merrifield.
Yes, it's for
Kern?
the amphitheater.
Okay. Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell,
Yes.
and Halpin.
Yes, sir.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 505.
grants extension of final site plan approval for the site plan application of Zenith Building 12 McDermott Avenue, Suffolk County Tax Map number 0600-129-4 5.2. So moved.
I'm sorry, can you read that back? Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski,
Yes,
Merrifield.
Yes.
Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell,
Yes.
and Halpin.
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 506.
Authorizes designated alcohol service vendors to serve alcohol at the Before the Fourth Festival. So moved.
Second.
Vote, please.
Woski,
yes,
Merrifield.
Yes.
Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell,
Yes.
Halpin.
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 507.
Approve special event Chapter 255 application for Racetrack Not Street 2027 Summer Classic. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski,
yes,
Merrifield.
Yes.
Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell,
Yes.
Halpin.
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 508.
Approve special event Chapter 255 application for Racetrack Not Street 2027 Championship Series. So moved.
seconded,
Vote, please.
Okay, Woski,
yes,
Merrifield.
Yes.
Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Halpin.
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 509.
approve special event Chapter 255 application for the Railroad Museum of Long Island Riverhead Railroad Festival 2026. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski,
Yes,
Merrifield.
Yes.
Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell,
Yes.
Halpin.
Yes, sir.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 510.
Approve special event Chapter 255 application for AAECF Inc., the AAECF Concert Series celebrating 250 years, many nations within one. So moved.
Second.
Vote, please.
Okay, Woski,
yes,
Merrifield.
Yes.
Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell,
Yes.
Halpin.
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 511.
Approve special event Chapter 255 application for Railroad Museum Memorial and Historical Marker. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski,
yes,
Merrifield.
Yes.
Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Halpin.
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 512.
Approve special event Chapter 255 application for Little Flower Children and Family Services of New York, Little Flowers Summer Festival. So moved.
seconded,
Vote, please.
Woski,
yes,
Merrifield.
Yes.
Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Halpin.
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 513.
approve special event Chapter 255 application for Jamesport Firemen's Association Annual Carnival Bazaar. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski,
Yes,
Merrifield.
Yes.
Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Halpin.
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 514.
Authorizes co-sponsorship of Duck Pond Day on Sunday, June 14, 2026, with a rain date of June 21, 2026, with the Duck Pond Society. So moved.
Second.
Vote, please.
Woski,
Yes.
Merrifield,
Yes.
Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Halpin.
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 515.
Authorizes designated alcohol service vendors to serve alcohol at the Community Mosaic Street Painting Festival 2026. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski,
Yes.
Merrifield,
Yes.
Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Halpin.
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 516.
Authorizes designated alcohol service vendors to serve alcohol at the 2026 Duck Pond Day Street Festival. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski,
Yes.
Merrifield.
Yes.
Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Halpin.
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 517.
Authorizes the chief of police to execute a student intern agreement. So moved.
You can't pause at execute a student. You gotta refrain. Yeah, keep going all the way through.
Scrolling.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski,
Yes.
Merrifield.
Yes.
Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Halpin.
Yes, sir.
All right, they're executed. Resolution number 518.
Authorizes the supervisor to execute a professional services agreement with the Main Street Agency for Alive on 25/2026.
Second.
So moved. Yep.
Second.
Vote, please.
All right, Woski,
Yes.
Merrifield.
Yes.
Now I've got
Kern,
Kern?
Yes.
Okay.
good for you. Rothwell
Yes to execute.
and Halpin.
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 519.
Authorizes supervisor to sign authorization agreement with Long Island Power Authority, LIPA, for 2025-2026 pilot. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski,
Yes.
Merrifield.
Yes.
Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Halpin.
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 520.
Authorizes the supervisor to execute a letter of intent with the YMCA for the redevelopment of 1405 Old Country Road, Riverhead, New York, known as the former New York State Armory. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski,
Yes.
Merrifield.
Yes.
Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Halpin.
Yes, sir.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 521.
Pays bills. So-
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski,
Yes.
Merrifield.
Yes.
Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Halpin.
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 522.
Budget adjustment for part-time staff for code enforcement and town attorney. So moved.
Second.
Vote, please.
Woski,
Yes.
Merrifield.
Yes.
Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Halpin.
Yes, sir.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 523.
Ooh. You sure it's not? Oh, yeah. Authorizes settlement of legal action by Patrick Gulata against the town of Riverhead. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski,
Yes.
Merrifield.
Yes.
Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Halpin.
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 524.
Appoint part-time code enforcement officers. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski,
This is a very proud moment for me because this is something that I have wanted since I decided that I wanted to serve the town of Riverhead. It is so important that people realize that you are not allowed to park your cars in your front yard, in your side yard. You have to be accountable for the litter that you're just leaving in the yards. There's so many ways that certain people are blighting neighborhoods, and it has to stop. I see everything that you see, and I've worked hard along with Councilman Rothwell to make this happen, and these code enforcement officers are going to be going street to street from Laurel to Wading River, and it's time that we take back our neighborhoods and let everyone know that this is important to us, it's important to the taxpayers, and I've had enough. So, yes.
Merrifield,
Yes.
Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell,
So thank you, Councilwoman Waski, for really pushing charge on this initiative and getting it across the finish line. I think this is a great quality of life issue that we are finally addressing, and so I commend you and thank you for all your work on this. Absolutely, yes.
and Halpin.
Yes, sir.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 525.
Authorizes the supervisor to execute an amendment, oh my gosh.
An agreement with the Riverhead.
Thank you.
Amendment.
Go ahead.
No,
Amendment.
go.
Authorize the supervisor to execute an agreement with.
An
the
amendment.
You're reading it wrong.
Yeah.
Wait, this
Amendment
is you.
and extension
Ken?
agreement.
She's reading
No.
it.
No,
No.
you said it wrong.
Let's read the next one.
Say it.
Go ahead, just read it, and then Waski can second.
Authorize the supervisor to execute an amendment and extension agreement with Parking and Mobility Consultants, Inc. So moved.
Seconded.
And who seconded it?
Either one of them. They both said it,
Okay.
either.
We all agree.
All right,
Not
good.
spelled wrong,
All
right?
right, Woski,
I did.
Yes.
Okay.
Merrifield,
Yes.
Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell,
Yes.
Halpin.
Yes, sir.
That resolution is passed, adopted. Resolution 526.
Just for the record, if you had passed my resolution earlier, we'd all be home right now. It's after 10 o'clock. Authorizes the supervisor to execute an agreement with the Riverhead Business Improvement District Management Association, Inc. So moved.
Second.
Vote, please.
Woski,
Yes.
Merrifield.
Yes.
Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell,
Yes.
Halpin.
Yes, sir.
That resolution is adopted.
So that ends our resolutions. We'll open it up for open comments now. Again, remember you have 3 minutes, and there's one online, one here. And then after this, we do have an exciting CDA meeting, so stick around, folks.
Colin Tooker from Riverhead. I know it's late, everybody wants to go home. I just want to ask, reiterate what I asked in my latest letter to you, that you move OLA's proposed legislation onto the work session agenda. And if you decide not to do that, I ask that you provide us with a basis for why you think it's not necessary. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, sir. There's one online.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Okay, hi, Allison Matway again from Wading River. I would like to just tag on to what Colin just said. My comment is I would like to understand how this town board can continue to ignore the pleas of the people who are asking you to consider the OLA safety law legislation, which will make all our residents, including our police officers, safer when ICE is around, when ICE is involved. We've spoken at multiple meetings. We've sent you a petition. We've had lots of signatures on a petition. We're just asking for an opportunity for it to be addressed as an agenda item, so that, we feel like you're listening to us and that you're really representing all of your constituents. In some of the activism I do, I happen to have come across a mom and 2 children who were detained, that are Riverhead residents who were detained at an ICE facility or at a detention center that's not really a detention center in New York City for 20 days. The little boy is terrorized, he's terrified, and the little girl is a little too young, but she's still a little bit afraid, and she lives in Riverhead, they live in Riverhead, they should not be this afraid. Our police officers should be involved in this process. Our town board should make sure that people are safe. So I really urge you guys to take up the legislation, at least talk to us about it, put it up on the agenda, see what people think about it. So I would appreciate that. And I just have one more comment that I wasn't planning to make, but based upon what Ms. Waski just said, referring to quote unquote certain people, not taking care of their property and lowering the, property values or whatever was said, was that that sounded like a dog whistle to me, like a certain people.
No, not at all. There's just people in almost every neighborhood throughout the entire town. You always have one or two people that kind of ruin the neighborhood for other people. And, you know, people deserve a good quality of life. And
No, oh, I don't disagree with you. There's a couple in my own neighborhood that I take,
yeah,
I
no,
definitely take
that was not
umbrance
meant
to.
to.
It just was the way you said certain people. It
Yeah,
just
no,
made me.
I meant you have your hit or miss here or there that, ruin it
Okay.
for others in the neighborhood. And I have to tell you, I am feeling extremely under the weather right now. So my head is completely fuzzy and there was absolutely no ill intention in what I said.
And Allison, if you
Okay,
have a couple
thank
of
you.
people in your neighborhood, could you please call code and identify,
It's true.
and it would be confidential?
Sure, yeah. We've already gotten one house knocked down. So we've got a big hole across the street from where I live.
Was it
It's lovely,
blighted?
but-
You got it?
Yeah, it was. It was
Yeah.
finally, finally. It took us like several years, but finally. But yeah, I will definitely do that.
Thank you, Allison. Thank you for your comments.
You got it. You got it. Thank you.
Is there
Good
anybody else
night.
online?
Good night.
Nope. With that, I'll just ask for a motion to,
So moved.
okay, seconded, and then we'll go to our CDA meeting. So close our general meeting.
This should be over by about 2 in the morning. Everybody wants to stay.
We'll vote out, we all vote.
Yeah, we have to just say a second to close
Bye,
our.
Debbie.
Yeah.
Second, all in favor to close and open our CDA?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes, Elves, yes. Joe?
You bring popcorn for Joe?
To be nice and quick. Call the meeting to order. Are there any comments from the public?
What public?
Anybody online?
On-
Never know.
Any CDA matters?
No one online either.
No?
Did you guys do a motion to open?
No, we did not do a
Oh.
motion to open it yet, so.
Okay.
Sorry.
Motion to open, Woski,
Yes.
Merrifield.
Yes.
Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Halpin.
Yes, but we have to.
Thank you. So,
That's fine.
No one's online. right?
No.
No,
everybody has to
no
come back
agenda
up.
items?
no agenda.
agenda.
items.
Yeah,
Joe, I have one
okay.
question for the
Yes, sir.
CDA. How did Jeanette get that chair?
So, if anybody has any open, right?
Open comments on any CDA matters.
No comments. Motion to adjourn,
So moved.
You got it.
Second.
Woski,
Yes.
Merrifield.
Yes.
Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell.
Joe, thank you very much for your extra time this evening and waiting this out. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you,
Adjourned.
guys.
Thank you.